about that when they come out there. We'll try to talk about them like they're brand new, just so all the folks will be on board here tonight that weren't with us yesterday. So special guests here. We come up out of Florida, Curtis Humans. We've been talking about him quite a bit. You can check out our Facebook feeds on him.
Yeah, his YouTube video Facebook video was great. Hearing the stories on how he built that car and his wanting to come to the 3 hour for a couple of decades. And, you just fall in love with a guy like that. And that's what this racing, short track racing, is all about. Yep.
So a lot of fun stories with that one. Dan Norman out there coming literally out of nowhere. Yeah. Well, he's done not part of the figure eight world at all other than a couple of Ford races. And he's got himself a nice little car from John Connor's stable and had some good practice laps. So he's come being part of this game here, it looks like. He's going to make a decision probably here today, I'm guessing. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow he's going to. Hadn't been on the track here with other cars, see what it's like.
Yeah, right now the only goal he's got on his list is trying to make the starting field, and then he's going to sort of make his decision from that. Yeah. And that's happened a lot in the past, guys, seeing how things goes here on this Friday afternoon.
Now we're going to see one car that we saw in the early morning yesterday in a private session, and that's going to be the 3 machine he's lining up the gate as well. That is going to be Mark Tunney. And you were telling us Mark Tunney seemed to be very happy with his practice session yesterday morning, and we never saw him again all day long.
Yeah, and the speed we're going to want to see him up against last night, we saw Dalton Connor late put up a 16.7, and then we had Jeffrey Shackelford at a 16.9, and then we had a whole slew of folks right there at a 17-aughts and 17.1s.
So very fast field there.
And we were wondering if Mark was sitting at home looking at those times and wondering if his was good enough or not. So we're going to find out here shortly.
And the laps he did was on their own little handhelds. So we're not sure what kind of times they were pulling. Yeah, we'll find out in a little bit what he's got for us. Track, we've had an overcast. It was pretty clear skies for most of the morning. Bit of overcast right now, bit of haze. No sign of really any problems with the weather here today that I know. Let me double check.
And the last thing on the track was those 90-minute session for the figure eight cars last night. But of course, we've seen a lot of sweeping going on today. Caleb, Dave, and Sutton out there sweeping the track quite a bit here today.
Even had the baby out there helping out.
Yep. So,
no sign of any weather for the weekend, so looking good there.
Just a little breezier today than it was yesterday.
It is going to dip down and get chilly down in the 50s, mid-50s. So if you're not yet here, obviously you won't know about us anyways because I don't think we're on the YouTube yet. So we're going to be reminding people, and you remind me folks in the pits, remind them, it will get down in the mid-50s by the time we're done.
That's great racing weather, though. Yep. But you definitely need to prepare for that. And if you're not prepared, our man Don downstairs, I'll hook you up there and sell you a nice hoodie. Got tons of beautiful colors on the hoodies and T-shirts and things up there. And
there we are. Oh, my goodness. Dan Shue got beat by Rex Cox this time.
Oh, new player.
There we go. We are live worldwide on the YouTube at this point. Live worldwide on the YouTube.
Of course, Rex checking it out now, and he'll be here a little bit later.
No, their cars are in. They were already in the pits, ready to go.
So they're going to kick back and watch it there in the pit area.
He's got that figure eight here tonight, so they've got work to do for Rex Cox and the whole team. Yep. Smart move there. They're veterans. They knew to get here early for 3-hour weekend no matter what's going on.
Sit here and enjoy practice and have things ready and then take off for your evening.
There we are. Jesse Tunney's number 57, first car on the track. And number 57, very fluorescent here. Looks very red in some of the other pictures, so it's kind of interesting. Charlie Hargraves in the purple and called fluorescent 74. And there's Mark Tunney in the Polk Brothers Shuffett 3 machine. Robbie Greenwell, first time we've seen him this weekend in the 40. No longer a rookie.
Yeah, he and Dad drove up today and saw him earlier at Mountain Tires. Good to see them back.
Yep, Darren, a tough little driver himself. Robbie really impressive last time out, so glad to see him back on board with us here.
Yeah, added a little extra graphics to the car from the last time we saw it. That looks nice.
There you go. Track is open for hot laps. There will be the transponder system working, and that will be available at, I believe, both Race Monitor and My Race Pass. So keep that in mind if you follow those things. And we'll have the scoring available for you on both platforms.
Good to hear race cars roaring around the track. World Figure 8 weekend. The hair standing up on your arms, getting ready for all the action throughout the weekend.
For you and I, after all those years of being in the pits there, crewing for teams, we were usually already exhausted, sweaty, stinky. We've camped out in the parking lot. Maybe we partied last night. Maybe we just camped out, had to protect the trailer, or told everybody we were protecting the trailer. If you were me, you were going out every now and then, had to fire up the car, just make sure it was still firing up, even though it was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, sometimes we'd have a card game or two.
Yeah,
every now and then throw the football around. Have a little cookout going, all kinds of fun stuff.
Or a drag race up and down Kitley Avenue was not uncommon.
Yeah, we were just patrolling the neighborhood.
Yeah,
that's what we were doing.
Yep.
So it's always a great weekend, highly anticipated each and every year.
Jesse Tunney already with a 17.185. Right?
Quickly down to what the lap he was turning last night was somewhere in that range as well.
I think he's picking and choosing now and trying to set things up now. It kind of got to start over there by the turn 4 of the 8, almost like he's coming from the gates, and maybe this is a practice run here for qualifying. And you have, we will talk about something that you observed. 17.151, so definitely practicing for the qualifying. You talked about now the approach for the qualifying for the best lap basically entails, and did not repaint the lines on the crossover, but entails hugging that passenger side line there on the approach to the flag stand all the way down to the marker for the shortest distance, coming off of 4, the Union 76 turn, straight to the flag stand, turn 1 there. And instead of that bonsai with a wide swing, coming in right and tight there, so just barely missing the marker tire in turn 1.
Yeah, he just knocked it down a little bit more to a 17.0. And that line they're taking is a line you would almost never want to take in the race because it's not a very good turn into the corner unless you were 2 or 3 wide. But that's just that short distance there to try to maybe nick a half a tenth or a tenth off your time on that final lap.
Sean Moore joins us in the Hound Hauler K9 machine, and boy, a bit of excitement on that car here in 2025 as Stuart Cowie, our good friend there that set up the Outlaw 8's online or Xbox game, had his buses, and we sent him some pictures because he gave me a bus, by the way. I got the Indianapolis Speedrome bus, bus 1941.
Nice.
Signed to me. But we sent him some pictures then of the K9, the Hound Hauler here. And overnight, he basically got Sean Moore's bus added as part of the game there in that Race 8 game with the buses.
Very cool. So I'm sure folks will be signing on and playing with that from now on, because that game's been a super hit with the guys, because it has so many of our cars and stars from throughout the figure 8 world, not just the Speedrome guys, but throughout Outlaw figure 8 world on the game there.
Sean coming in as a rookie in this event, of course. A lot of you know that the car, the Hound Hauler's been with us before. Sean's first time, though, and Sean is a chronic player of the Race 8 game.
Nice.
So
nice. And I've seen on their Facebook page, they got some T-shirts for sale, too, down there in the Gordon Brown and John Laval pit area. So any of you fans of the old Hound Hauler could pick that up, the Sean Moore shirts.
Also, we know we got plenty. Our good friend with Indy Screen Prints got plenty over there in his trailer there behind the outside turn 1. Of course, the official 3-hour shirts. Oh, man, those hoodies are gorgeous.
Sharp, very sharp.
Great job on that one, as well as a ton of tiny shirts for one thing. He usually runs a sale rack. I'm not sure if he's even got the sale rack out. He's got so many of those 3-hour shirts.
Early on, he's got no sale rack.
No sale rack yet? Okay.
He has so many different varieties of World Figure 8 shirts to give everybody a good look at what they got, and I'm sure by the end of the week, he'll have some of that other stuff back out.
But he's got pits, both trailer set up in the pits as well in the stands up here, so you can check him out. Corey Harmon has joined us in the number 17, as has Mr. John Connor in the number 20. Another one that put on some new skins, looking sharp.
Yeah, Dalton was quickest last night at a 16.7, and that was a bonsai late. And I found out later on, Tori, we didn't see him during the first half of that practice last night. They had some sort of engine mount or something that broke on that, and Billy Bart did some welding on that, got it fixed, and then they got here late and got that last half hour of practice in, and it was very valuable as he put up that great qualifying run.
Another member of the rookie class 2025, Matt Johnson in the Zero machine. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a struggle there to keep straight our 2 Zero rides, and both are going to be in the rookie chase. It's going to be Jim Lepedo in the number 0 machine. We'll see here in a little bit. And this one, I've been able to spot it, keep it straight by the Nick's powder keg on one side, the B&R trannies on the other one. And, well, I think they even end up with our buddy Will Shirley. Snow removal. River City, there you go.
Yeah, but those two cars look very, very similar at first glance.
And we both agree he needs a hoppy on top. He still does not have a hoppy.
Yeah.
So any folks still making the drive up from Jeffersonville want to bring a spare hoppy and a spot welder.
Yeah.
We need a hoppy on top of the Zero machine of Matt Johnson.
It's only right.
It is. Because you can't have a Nick's powder keg and a Johnson without a hoppy.
Yeah, exactly.
And speaking of which, Will Greenwell is going to be online there on the Facebook. He had a chance to talk with Raymond Johnson, who's been known to hop around a little bit himself. And
Will's done a ton of great videos, and I hope you folks have been checking those out on our Facebook page. Will's been going around and interviewing a lot of drivers and hearing a lot of great stories, and we want to thank Will Greenwell from the Wild Will podcast for doing that all weekend for us. Got a new top dog atop the list here, Tori.
Oh,
Dalton Connor with a 17.048.
There you go. And they're still a half second ahead of the field. Mark Tunney Mark Tunney came out for about 10 laps, and 17.877 was the best.
Another quick cat joining us on the track here in the 29 machine.
Tommy St. John's number 29, former track record holder for about 3 minutes and a half there, so I guess. But from front row sitter on the 3 hour. Pole sitter on 3 hour. Yep, I keep forgetting you're the stat man. I'm just here to make you laugh.
And Tommy's definitely a guy, a threat to be up there in that top 4 or 5.
Already, though, he's flagging he's going to come in, so he's got some issues already with the 29 machine. Oh, wait a minute. Well, he was flagging like he's coming in.
Johnson ended up going in from behind him there.
Okay.
He might have just been letting Johnson know that he's like on a warm-up lap.
I guess.
But he's got her going now. Got some temperature in those tires. Well, since Mark didn't practice last evening, that first trip out might have just been to scuff in the tires.
He's got stickers on front now.
So now he's got that practice set on.
I guess so.
So we'll see if he's going to try to make a mock run with this, or maybe if he's just going to scuff them at first.
Yep.
Because they haven't gotten those tires yet from impound, so these would be practice tires. Impound tires are still in impound for all these competitors.
Again, for these guys, we keep a lot of tires, as Scott said, impounded, so no shenanigans, no soaking, that sort of thing with the tires. Trying to come some way to find a happy median out there for all that. So
keep an eye on Mark as he sets up, and he's probably going to make a mock qualifying run here in a second, so see him looking for space.
Tommy just did a 17.385, so Tommy's starting to dial it in a bit.
But you catching those stickers on Mark lets us know that he's really going to be intent to try to set him a lap here just shortly, unless he's scuffing them.
Tommy a bit closer to the old pitch in and bonsai.
He might not be as anxious to do that pitch in after he had that incident a few years back. 16.999 for Mr. Dalton Connor.
Okay, for the first under 17 of the day. He'll be joined by the 37 of Mr. Ben Limbach and the 91 of Chad Sizemore, your 2025 Speedrome Outlaw Figure 8 champion, Chad Sizemore.
And he switched over to the 1 for this weekend, celebrating that championship. It's Mark Tunney on maybe a mock qualifying run, had to run at Chad at the crossover a little bit.
17.5 so far for Mark, his best. Matt Johnson come back out in the Zero Hero.
Mark got hampered right there by Limbach if he was making that run. So we'll have to see what he does.
Didn't get a little crowded on him now. So
might have missed that opportunity for a good mock run.
Had the right idea to come out early. Man, that's almost a race lap there. A couple of those get the heat into the tires and get those limbered up. Try to find the timing. So you've got that one good bit of space there, both the crossover and in front of you. Let's see what we set up now. Crossover's going to be clear this time, so it should be clear this next time if everything stays the same.
But the key is, like we were talking before, is watching that flat angle in the start-finish line. And if he's taking that,
and look who's on the track now, ladies and gentlemen. For the 35th time, it is number 71, Mr. Steve Frost returns to the Indianapolis Speedrome. First appearance for him this year.
Yep, he's right out in front of Mark there.
Mark did a 17.4 without trying that hard.
Yeah, if he's trying to get that lap, he's not had any luck with traffic here. That's okay. He's still getting a good feel for the car. He'll know if it's feeling good and whether they need to make adjustments or not.
Track itself, pretty good shape so far. They've had we had 3 races last night here, as well as all the practice. Lost a little bit of fluid up into the oval parts of the track, but nothing on the figure eight.
Yeah, and early on in that last 90-minute session, times were a little slow, but after 10, 15 minutes, the guys worked whatever in, and it was right back up to speed there pretty quick.
First time out for Sean Cullen in the 111. Now, a lot of people say, well, is he going to be rookie? No, he actually ran with us many years ago.
Yeah, 2012, Sean Cullen made an appearance here in the World Figure Eight Championship. Definitely got a much better piece of equipment here this time around, as he had sort of almost a street stock type vehicle then.
He soldiered around over the Anderson Speedway for many years, but one raw rookie, very raw rookie on the track now, the black number 55 of
Daniel Norman.
Dang it, boy, this stupid Alzheimer's. Daniel, I got used to some of it. That's one of the problems there, Daniel, because he's Daniel and Danny and Dan. Out of the basically their family, the Matt Smith and the Goodens and all that, some of the regular crowd we've seen here for years in the factory front-wheel drives, as well as Matt Smith, of course, obviously in the late models and the Outlaws. But coming out of Greencastle, Indiana, and he ran some dirt races. He did just a couple of Ford figure eights in his career over the years, but other than that, he's been a dirt late model driver.
Yeah, so he's got a lot on his plate this weekend. One, he's getting experience on the figure eight. Two, he's getting used to this car. Three, he's racing with a bunch of people he's never been on the track before in his life. So he's having to build that Rolodex in your brain on those drivers he's racing with as well. Now, so it's a tall order, but so far he's been up to the task.
Another fellow on the track here, first time here today, the G4. That's going to be Donnie Garrigus the fourth. And, of course, Donnie Garrigus, one of those that no matter what, he comes in, he misses most of the entire season, comes in immediately. He's in the groove. He's ready to go 300-400 laps, no problem. Get the job done. Garrigus out there, but of course right now for him is going to be the struggle is getting into the field. He's just not had any speed here so far in the practice runs.
Yeah, and tonight, I mean, legitimately, there's probably 32 people that are got a chance of getting one of these 20 spots here in the locked-in spots tonight. So it's going to be tight to get those tenths and half-tenths of a second to move yourself into the field.
And Scott and I, we've been real excited about our rookie class because here's another one that never fails to impress. Race Loving, that number 15.
And the first thing you're going to notice on there is they've taken the roof off. Last night it had the big roof on there with the yellow on the sort of a skateboard ramp type roof there. They've taken that off and see if Race likes that. Of course, he had to run it without the roof 2 weeks ago in the 1 hour figure eight because you weren't allowed to run the big roofs in the regular season. So going to see how that goes. Another World Figure Eight champion joining us on track as well there, Tori. And that's the Ford machine of Mike Hadley.
Yep. And they were getting the last bit of prep work done. He got himself up about top 10 speeds there, no problem, all through the practice last night. But this is basically his first outing of 2025.
Yeah, and you watching him sort of crawling around there, as we mentioned last evening, Mike is just methodical in everything that he does. Everything's planned. Everything has an order of he wants to do and works himself up into his plan and tries to execute it. And 9 times out of 10, he does just that.
I think we got Matt Johnson at the gate again right behind him, a former rookie, and that is Dylan Douthis, number 21 in the 21D ride. There's going to be a couple duplicate numbers, 21 of the fellow that won practice last night, of course. That is going to be...
Yeah. That was a last-second
Doug Riddle. That was. I talked to the crew. Loved it, by the way. They want you and I never to leave the booth. But Doug Riddle in the 21 plane winning practice last night. We'll explain that later. And Dylan Douthit in the 21 with the D on it for your scoring purposes.
Yeah, of course, Dylan Douthit was the rookie of the race last year, and of course, everyone remembers his father, Bobby, who won the World Figure Eight Championship back in 2001.
Oh, there you go. Race 11 showing he's got the snot, the chops to get this job done.
A couple of hard intersection chargers out there on the track right now, and they just about met at the crossover. That's Race Loving and DG4. Yeah. Those two do not like to stop.
And Chad up to 17.5s. And that's...
But you got to get out there and mix it up. I mean, that's the only way to figure it out and see where you stand and judge those other folks at the intersection.
Well, the other catches for both those guys now, they're second, third generation drivers, but they've also got an extensive career already behind them, but not necessarily in these outlaw type cars. Matt, of course, multiple wins down there at the Speedrome in their modified 8 cars and stockers, and I think even started in the Fords there for him way back when in the Thundercar division. But and then race 11, of course, but coming through the ranks up there out of the ARCA circuit, or the former ARCA circuit up there, Flat Rock Speedway and the like up there.
Yeah, so, racing up there at Toledo and Flat Rock, and made an appearance this year at the Paynesville Speedway Outlaw Figure 8 race as well.
And a fantastic run in our 1 hour just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
That right there showed,
started the 1 hour with never had been on the track with any other cars here at the Speedrome until the green flag dropped, and had some challenges early on at the intersection, and then came home with I believe he finished 12th.
Something like that.
If I remember right. So 12th, 13th. So nice run in a 32-car field, as a matter of fact.
Very good run on that one. Something to be proud of. Hang your hat on that. Thomas St. John out there. Let's see. Nobody's really burned things up now. The track getting a little crowded.
Yeah, the speeds may not pop out right now, but there's 9-10 cars on the track. But they're also working on handling and seeing how it feels.
I think we're maybe looking at the front end of Corey Harmon's machine at the gate. And I think maybe Robbie Greenwell just turned the corner to join the line as well to come back out. Harmon's got some stickers. Yep, Harmon in the number 17. Of course, one of the few members of the 500 Club here at 3 Hour.
Yeah, only 5 guys ever completing 500 laps in the race, and he added his name to that list in 2016.
Come real close himself. This is one of those races he's come close to touching that big win.
Yeah, for sure. Got a handful of top 5 and top 10 finishes in his career in this event. And as you mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if he got up there. Was that Johnson that about
that
put
was
in the
Johnson.
Wall?
Let's see, do him any good? Because he was way loose.
What is that, 6th? 6th quick.
Yeah, 17.8 for that lap, though. So really, he just got a little too, just overcooked it into that turn.
Yep. Maybe had to shoot through the intersection ahead of somebody and carried a little too much speed into turn 1, which happens time to time.
And Robert Greenwell returns in the number 40 machine.
Of course, Greenwell, the first time we ever saw him here at the Speedrome, he won the big Ford Figure 8 race on the very first spring shootout event. Did a nice job that weekend, and then not too long from there, Dad turned the keys over to the Outlaw, and this car actually, I think, is the car that Fred Bear won the World Figure 8 Championship with. That ended up going to Tony Anderson.
That's an
and then Darren ended up with it, and Darren drove it to a 7th place finish in the 3 Hour Figure 8 before, again, turning that seat over to his son Robbie, who's done a nice job with it. I remember a couple of years ago on opening night at the Sportsdrome, I know you were down there, he had led a whole bunch of laps in the Outlaw Figure 8 down there.
Yeah, he looked like he was on his way.
And then just had some misfortune at the intersection.
Very impressive run, and I was really looking forward to his appearance here.
Yeah, that day I remember Ben Tunney had a hell of a time passing him for the lead.
Yep. Ben Limbach out in the over a 37, 55 machine returns. That's Daniel Norman, as mentioned before. Greenwell in that number 40. 17 to Corey Harmon, 15 to Race Loving, and the 1 machine of Chad Sizemore. 57, Jesse Tunney. Now mixed up. Okay, here comes our man. Here comes our man. Woot, woot, woot. Florida man in the house. And you know that's going to be highlights going on here. And that is, oh boy, if you have not had a chance to check it out, go to the Facebook, find it somewhere out there. Will Greenwell for the Speedrome. Got a couple of 100 million hits on it so far. And we'll wait till we get on the track here. But I know I'm building up the anticipation, folks. Let's see. Ray's happy to see the different cars coming for the 3 Hour. Yes, indeed. Wait to see one coming up. Now, I know some folks out of Florida is going to recognize this. Let's see. Sean Lathan says it's going to be the 29 of the 3 Teague for it. So Ray thinks it's going to be Shackelford. How many pole sitters have won the 3 Hour? There you go. That's going to be a good one for you there, Scott and I. How many pole sitters have won the 3 Hour?
I'll look that up while you do some other things.
I'm just waiting for this fellow to hit the track, and here he comes. Okay, ladies. Oh, come on. The anticipation. Anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to introduce you to Curtis Humans, Pearl City, Florida, in the number 11 machine. Originally Mopar powered. In fact, he's still very much a Mopar kind of guy. Mopar bodied and the like. This was a former dirt car he built up. But we ran into him first down at the Auburndale track there, the Winter Storm Series a few years back, and tells us he's been trying to get out here for decades. That's what we learned about this race. Just got to love him. That pitched in here with a bunch of guys there. Literally came by himself, drove himself to the track here with his trailer. He's picked up a couple of guys to help him out with the wrenches there during the race itself. Begging, borrowing, and do whatever else is going to get the job done. But that car right there, that number 11, obviously unique. The wing, the rubber duck, whatever else, and he just has a blast. He's a fabricator back home. Builds everything from custom golf carts to airplanes. So,
yeah, fun guy.
He is.
Now he's dreamed of being here. Now he's on track with multiple World Figure 8 champions. Mix it up. How cool is that?
He's got Doug Gregg in front of him, the number 33 machine. Another one that's making a rare appearance. And then in the 23, and this is one that's going to shock everybody, is Austin Tunney. We're seeing that 23 machine with Eddie Van Meter. But the Austin Meter is going to be out there in the 23.
Sten Meter.
Sten Meter. You want to go Sten? I like Austin
Meter.
I think. Go.
Sten's his nickname, so
I
Sten
know.
Meter.
Sten Meter. Okay, we'll go with Sten. I had a couple Stens put in about the last.
I think that has a T in it.
Oh, okay. It's close.
Back to our stat, I looked it up, Tori. The previous 48 runnings of the 3-hour figure 8 endurance race, 14 pole sitters have went on to win the race.
There you go.
Including 4 consecutive from 1980 to 1983, 3 by Kenny St. John and 1 by Wayne Arnold.
Okay.
So good question.
There you go. Now then, I've got another one to start putting together. Fathers and sons that have raced the race.
Oh, that's a long one.
There's amazing when you stop to think about it.
Yeah, because we're closing in on 600 drivers that have raced in the 3 hours. So I'd imagine there's probably closing in, 70, 80 sets of fathers and sons.
On the track right now, of course, you got Mark Tunney, the 3 machine, his father, Bruce. Got Austin Tunney, the 23, his father, Bill. You got the 21 of Dylan Douthit come back out. His father, Bobby Douthit.
Yep.
We had Robbie Greenwell and Darren Greenwell.
Yep. There's a lot just here. Not looking through the history,
just in this
but
race.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just the track. Charlie Hargraves and Chuck Hargraves.
Yep, absolutely. When DG4 was out here, of course, DG2, DG3 all raced in this. And DG2 and DG3 have over 25 starts alone between, each one of those is resume. Guys. So, impressive stuff there.
Sean Cohen come back out now. I don't know if he's Sean Cohen. I don't think he has a father. He just kind of sprung up naturally there on the on the high banks of Anderson there, and just been there forever.
Got a couple of new guys inside the top 5 there, Tori.
Oh, having a chance to run that down. 16.999 still Connor by himself. Jesse Tunney at the 17.06. There, Austin Tunney 17.196. Chad Sizemore 17.3, and Mark Tunney 17.3 as well. And how many?
Dylan just moved up there into the top 7.
What'd you just do there, Dylan? That's 17.454.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so we've got at 21 so far. Take some times out on the track.
I think we're starting to see more and more guys come out with that new set of practice tires that they were allowed to buy. So they're starting to mix in those times here as the day goes on and the track starts to rubber in more. And you've talked about early in the season, Tori, look off turns 2 and 4. Your black stripe are really starting to build.
Yep, showing the path.
Yep.
Now, what's going to be interesting is because though on the approach here, we don't have the same kind of stripe that builds up between the approach to what's going to be turn 3 of the 8, turn 1 of the oval, or really the start-finish line approach almost is centered. You can see the dark paint there on the middle of the start-finish line, kind of accenting that. But whereas we have a very standard groove for the backstretch stuff, on the front stretch stuff doesn't seem to have a standard groove as much.
Yeah, and that deal here into turn 1 may be some of those mock qualifying runs as those guys scoot their way inside where it's not the normal path that they take like during a race run.
Let's see, another would be the look of the concrete part in turn 3 compared to turn 1.
And that concrete in 3 makes them slide just a little bit on there, whereas turn 1 it's all asphalt. But those are things that they learn. They learn the characteristics of the track and where they can go and can't go and where they can carry that speed in. And that's just a craft that all race drivers learn at every track they kind of run on, whether it be asphalt or dirt.
Welcome everybody on board, whether you're with us here in person. Welcome, folks. If you're here with the YouTube freebie run here of the practice session. And we'll be here until, 6 o'clock when we wrap up the practice rotation. And then go, actually I passed that in about 7 o'clock. Wrap up all the practice. We've got a couple other divisions going to get their chance from 6 to 7.
And we give these guys this wide practice session on Friday because there are still some of these folks that maybe had to go to work a half day or something today and get a chance to get out here maybe at 4 or 5 o'clock instead of.
Well, back in the old days, they were still showing up. We're getting ready to put them on the grid, and we still have cars showing up to pit gate back in the old days.
Right.
So always still a possibility out with the alternate system, but. Yeah.
And you had folks that couldn't make it last night on Thursday night, so this would be like their first practice of the weekend.
I want to say, anecdotally speaking, we had at least 2 or 3 that we added after the race started from the alternates list.
Just 3 or 4 years ago, Bobby Whitaker was behind the third turn. The turn 2 of the oval backstretch, putting an engine in the car in front of our garage back there. He drove it around after putting the engine in and drove straight up and put it in the alternates line. He was putting that engine in while we were introducing the drivers down here on the front stretch. So we've seen it all.
Yeah.
And back in the early 90s, there were times alternates wouldn't get into the race till there was 30 minutes to go.
Well, we had one fellow, Jerry Lewis, used to come out of the South Bend area way back when in the early days because I got to where we'd be sitting. We used to have a little tent set up there and dinners, and we'd be sitting there enjoying our dinner, on the cool-off period before the race itself. And here comes Jerry Lewis pulling up. We'd have to get him signed in, and he signed on for the tail end of the starting field.
Him and Dean Martin were hilarious.
I was wondering if he was giving us a fake name. I never could find anybody else ever heard of him. 37 Ben Limbach, all sparkly. And we saw that nighttime, kind of almost flashy. A couple of them actually have very, very flashy paints on this one. Interesting, the new chrome graphics they've got going on around there. Not quite the Kentucky chrome we grew up with here on the east side.
No, that's the real stuff here, not the old rattle can.
I'll tell you.
Which we used to paint our rims, and thought we had the nicest wheels in town.
Oh, no, I had to do them half fluorescent orange and half white.
So you could make people vomit when they were trying to watch
Nobody else ever thought of doing that. No, okay. But the Limbach and the shiny little 37, of course, you got the Hound Hauler K9 of Sean Moore for his rookie run.
Yeah, and Limbach's roots date back to the very first 3-hour figure-8 endurance race.
Yep. Uncle Jim Tunney there.
Yep.
In fact, Jim's supposed to be joining us here tomorrow.
Yeah, he comes periodically during the season. I know he's getting along there. His health is a little shaky at times.
Matt Johnson's bus all and we talk about one of the prettiest cars and one of the best looking. Number 5 machine, Ben Tunney, makes his way out on the track for the Polk Brothers crowd. Hard to actually not see it in full daylight. Definitely looks better under the lights.
Oh, much better.
But he got that little sparkly paint, don't you know?
Yeah. Those of you watching on TV got the triple box cooking here.
Ooh.
First time I've seen that in a long time. Got our sponsor up there, Jiffy Lube, presenting the race tonight.
Yep.
For this weekend. And then got you action there with the triple boxes. A few of our cameramen, we're still waiting for them to get off work and get over here. So Kurt trying to produce and run the cameras at the same time.
And try not to wear them out there. They're going to have a long evening ahead of them, plus a whole long day tomorrow.
Yeah, so he's giving you some views here from different cameras that we're going to mix in and out throughout the weekend. A lot of neat camera angles going to be going on during the actual 3-hour figure endurance race tomorrow.
Mike Hadley back out in his number 4 machine. You got the number 5 Ben Tunney's mentioned before, the 55 Dan Freeman. Dan Norman. Well, I don't know why I want to call him Freeman. Dan Norman out there from Greencastle, 29 of Tommy St. John. A couple of the superstars we've not seen here. Shackelford, not yet on the track here. 22 so far have taken to the track, but a bunch have not.
He might have spent a few hours with our man Dunnigan out back last night.
I'm
not saying he did or not, but it's a possibility.
Not little Jeffrey.
He might have been the chaperone.
He might have. I think he had Bible study that day, so he couldn't make it.
Just looking at social media, there's a picture on Curtis Human's page of a couple of folks helping work on the front end of his car, and it says on there Randy Foote and Gator Jones setting up the front suspension. Well, Gator is someone that's ran in the 3-hour figure-8 endurance race before.
I got a chance to visit down there, and that thing was chock full of Florida figure-8 celebrities. We won't mention who because I think a
few of them were in hiding.
Well, the constable maybe looked for a couple there, and I'm sure ICE is wanting to think of an excuse. But no, that American-born will get rid of them anyways. No, there's an interesting little crew out there gathering over there with the Gordon Brown, John Laval, and Sean Moore and Curtis Humans, which that's become the Florida corner. It used to be our Michigan guys all pitted in one area, and everybody kind of grouped together. But now our Michigan guys, Race Loving basically by himself representing Michigan.
Gator ran in the 2010 World Figure 8 Championship. Started 53rd and finished in 25th.
Whoa, there you go.
Nice run there. And he is one of those guys we're talking about, Tori. I'm looking. No qualifying time that night, so he tagged onto the tail of the alternates line and raced his way all the way up to 25th position. So
not a bad little run.
Yeah, so Gator passing on some his knowledge in the pit area. Of course, with a name like Gator, you have to be from Florida.
Yep. And that's not a crock. Looking, see anybody else updating. There's been all kinds of people having fun with it. Let's see. Miller Clan out there with Hughes and company. Boy, oh boy, just a lot of people having fun with this. You check all that out. But don't forget, take a peek at our YouTube page here, the subscriptions. Make sure you subscribe and like. Looks like our buddy Josh Malchak is going to be out there collecting some content for the podcast. Well, Greenwell's been out there doing some interviews there, putting them up on Facebook. All sorts of fun with that. Phil on the airwaves, or I should say the cyber airwaves.
Yeah, and support all that stuff because those are interviews and content that's about your drivers and your figure 8 friends and the sport you love. And those folks are doing a nice job adding all that content, learning things about some of your favorite drivers and maybe not some of your so-called favorite drivers, but still some cool stuff and content. And we appreciate all the folks adding to the event by doing that.
I'm trying to dance all around. Well, there's Dan. He's been running. Dan finally on board there. Was one of Austin Dan, John Ford Coley, of course. You know that famous singing duo.
Yeah.
Dan, of course, he's a Hummer. Okay, G4 Garrigus out there, the Sean Cullen 111, the 17 of Corey Harmon, the K9, the Hound Hauler of Sean Moore, and the 55 of Daniel Norman. Daniel Norman, once again, I'll keep training myself, make sure I can say that name. Mark Tunney getting ready to come back out. Charlie Hargraves is out there. Nope, that's Chad Sizemore's number 1, going to come out again. Chad Sizemore ditching the 91 for the 1 in reference to his championship here in the Speedrome Outlaw Figure 8 Series.
And, of course, as superstitious as guys are, if this doesn't turn out to be the best weekend he's had in a while, I'm sure that 91 will go right back on there. Just racers are superstitious. So we'll see how that plays out. Good to see him celebrating that track championship, and he's earned that.
Yep. 22 cars so far taking hot laps in this early afternoon part of the session. Scheduled to continue with this until 6 p.m. local time. 6 p.m. local time. But let's see. And who is winning the practice so far? 47 laps completed, and that is going to be... I don't have a candidate there. How do I have 47 laps, but I don't have a leader?
Norman.
It sounds 4. Oh, there it is. I was looking at the wrong column there. That's why.
Yeah.
So Daniel Norman's got leading right now the race course. Last night it was Doug Riddle winning the evening portion. We didn't keep track of the first one, I guess. So
we can go back and look.
And it came down to the wire on that to get that win there for Doug Riddle last night.
Yeah, snuck in right under the wire, practicing his timing with the checkered flag.
And if you weren't here for that or missed it, I suggest you go to the tail end of the Speedrome.tv program and check out the closing of last night's final practice session. Ben Tunney making his way out in the big Tunney number 5. Jesse Tunney's number 57. 40 of Robbie Greenwell. 111 of Sean Cone. As Sizemore just literally pops back in again. Well,
he and Mark both came out, did basically 2 laps, sort of a mock run, and headed back to the pit area. So they're making tiny adjustments,
I think,
and coming back out and trying to mock run to try to compare it with the one they just had. The tires are still hot. You know, the track's still similar to what they just done, so it's comparing apples to apples.
I want to also note a little bit of doing one piece of a track at a time. Jesse Tunney split through a couple of...
both Ben Tunney was slowing, warming his tires, and Sean Cullen was over to the right as he was exiting the track, and Jesse wanted to continue on his fast lap, so he had nowhere to go but up the middle.
This was like watching somebody in the parking lot at Walmart trying to get to that handicap spot first.
Yeah, got to get there. Robbie Greenwell tossing in some quick laps there as well.
That's still in the 17.9 range. It's consistent in the 17.9 range.
Yeah. And Robbie made the locked-in top 20, if I remember right, last year. He started the race a couple of times in his career. Go to the handy-dandy Bible here. Yeah, Robbie Greenwell, 2 starts the last 2 years. Last year, he was the bump car. He qualified 20th last year. So he was the last driver to get in on Friday night qualifying. Qualified at 23rd the year before, so he's not had to be in the alternates line yet. So that's a good start. Not had as much luck in the race as he'd like, but
let's see. Right now, well, 20th quick is Curtis Humans at 18.482. Now, a couple guys pretty satisfied with what they were doing last night, and we talked about before that you put it on the trailer and tell the boys don't touch a damn thing.
Yeah.
You lock the garage, you lock the trailer door and don't let them do anything, and you unload it and go run it that way. And maybe that's the plan for Shackelford, a few of the others that have not yet made it out today.
Yeah, because these guys by nature are tinkerers.
Yep.
So if the car, even though it's good, they're still trying something else, and sometimes you could dial yourself right out of the ballpark,
Yep.
So sometimes you got to be careful with that, and sometimes the simplest plan works the best. Ben Tunney going quick there, but not like a mock qualifying run. He had a regular entry there into turn number 1 as he heads into the pit area. And now taking over on a speed run here is Charlie Hargraves.
Chance to shine. Best lap so far at Hargraves has been a 14th quick at a 17.760, which is normal race speed. A little reminder for you folks still to come out. We do recommend you coming out here for today and tomorrow. One, make sure you're going to stay well hydrated. Up there's Mr. Shackelford. Stay well hydrated. Take care of yourself on that regard. You might want, if you plan on running the power packs, make sure, or with your smart device, make sure you bring extra power packs. There are not too many places you can recharge, and obviously we don't need you taking the spot off of our concession stand. So bring the extra power pack. Plenty to eat and drink out here at the track. Plenty of shirts and stuff to wear. Bring a cushion for your behind might be a wise idea. Maybe if you're coming early, umbrella to keep the sun off.
And is that Shackelford?
That is Shackelford.
That is the first time in like 3 years we've seen a roof on that car.
Yep.
And not only is it a roof, it's a swoop-de-doo roof.
He's going for a swooper. That's what I thought was interesting here. So it's
because he's been having just as fast times as anybody in the figure 8 world without all the bells and whistles, and he's trying to add that to it.
Here's the other catch. He's running without a transponder.
Sneaky. It's either sneaky or they just didn't get it on in time. You talk about Charlie Hargraves out there. Charlie getting ready to make his 16th start here in the World Figure 8 Championship. He was the 4th place finisher in 2022. Best starting position for Charlie. He was the 5th fastest qualifier in 2012.
Let me see if I can't get a good lap out of Shackelford here. I don't think I will with the Hound Hauler right there. 13, 14, 15, 16. There's a 17. 17.775, so he's in the ballpark where he needs to be, but we'll see what he does with the roof and comes out next time. Another one, first time we've seen on the track here tonight, the 131. That is the return of old Sunshine himself, Mike Nelson, back on the track.
Yeah, and he's brought some sunshine to Jeffrey Shackelford's life as he pulled out right in front of him and sort of fought his way into the corner.
Broke his itty-bitty heart. Now we're seeing a couple more cars coming out of the mothballs, out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
21 machine of Doug Riddle and the 87 of Sir Matt Smith.
And Matt Smith, I do not believe, had his roof on last evening either.
He's going no swoopy on that one, too.
Well, and he's normally a swoop roof guy. Yep. So last night it was kind of a surprise when we saw him without it. So
we had a long discussion. Shackelford is up to something now. Dagnabbit, I didn't have a clock running on him.
That's when we make it up. We'll scare him.
Yeah, I think he was definitely trying to. I don't know if you saw it. And he's going almost like the old school. We thought what used to be the fast approach till the, run down that one line.
Yeah, I'd be anxious to see how much that roof. Of course, last night he turned to 16.9.
Yep.
was his quick lap last night, which was second quickest overall.
He and Dalton Connor were the two fastest all night long.
Yeah, so be anxious once he gets his transponder to see how this stacks up. That's definitely a Bonsai qualifying run right there.
Yep.
He threw it in there. That would have been a good lap to know. And unfortunate for him, he's not going to know either.
Unless he's got another timing system available. Yep. That's a secret to everybody.
He's going to be able to tell him how the car felt, though. I mean, he's a talented race car driver. He's going to say whether he thought that was up to par.
We also don't have a transponder in the 131.
Mike Nelson probably remembers the time when we didn't run transponders.
Yeah, well, he can pretty much, one Mississippi, two Mississippi here for that.
Ah, good joke there, Mr. Mississippi. Let me check the stats here on Mike Nelson. Mike's been around here for quite a while.
Missed a couple. Whoa! Matt Smith had a little dodge him out there. It's cross.
Mike Nelson, 14 previous starts in the World Figure 8 Championship. His best finish was 7th in 1996.
Yep, before a lot of these guys were born.
Yeah. Sunshine himself, which you mentioned that last night. I totally forgot his nickname, so brought a smile to my face when you said it.
I gave it to him because we put it on the signboard way back when. I used to be able to do that stuff in reference to almost getting killed, him and Bruce Tunney one night down was in the Sunshine Speedway, now Mr. Yoho's playground. A major accident there at the crossover. End up with Bruce getting a helicopter ride, and poor Mike also needed a ride, but he wasn't as important, so they put him in the back of the wife's pickup truck and drove him to the hospital that way. A massive figure 8 crossover there in Florida so many moons ago.
Good to have him back with us. Of course, he's driving one of the cars for Bobby Whitaker.
Well, he beat Bobby Whitaker out here tonight, so.
Yeah, well, Bobby being on time is not it's something we're used to, not being on time.
Yep.
So
let's see, with 2 no transport, at least 26 cars so far taking hot laps that we know we kept track of.
Yeah, I forgot.
Going back out in the 111. Hadley back out in the number 4. Mike Hadley in the number 4. Matt Smith in that number 87.
Officially 28 have picked up a transponder.
There you go.
Now, we've mentioned some don't have them on yet. Pete Bear has a transponder. It's not been out yet. Let me see who else on here. Dustin Hunt.
Okay, 74. We saw Johnny Hargraves Jr. finish the season in. Hargraves Jr. chose to save his rookie status till next year.
Mike Riddle Jr. has a transponder. Not been out just yet.
No, he has not. I'm not sure what I don't know if they're hiding it. They're pretty proud. They without any really whole lot of hot laps, they're proud they had top 10, like 7th quick, I think it was last night. And so they were pretty happy with where they're at. They're up towards the front where they need to be. But not tearing things up on the practice. Now, the other big story, of course, last night was the winner of last night's practice session out on the track right now, and that is Doug Riddle. Made 112 laps. Talked about that earlier, that let's see, is he going to do it this time? 53 is Sean Moore now leads the race to win practice here tonight. So the Hound Hauler on top of the charts.
Well, and you see those numbers of those folks doing that. Those are the folks that are trying to get the most experience out of this practice time as they can get. And that's very, very smart. You sitting back and thinking, I'll just show them how it is in this race. You've got to gain that valuable experience.
Well, if you remember, Sean Moore had a couple sweet laps out there. Was 1.7th quick on the field.
And I think ended up like 12th or 13th or so. Very, very respectable time. Only a couple of tenths off, maybe even being in the top 6 or 7.
Yep.
So
they found something there to get more around, scooting around.
Well, and I remember Gordon Brown telling me earlier in the afternoon that he thinks Sean really has the chops for this figure 8 racing. Okay. He's going to be somebody that's going to be very important in Florida figure 8 racing here in the next 5 to 10 years, as he's already won a main event down at the Showtime Speedway, and I think he's currently second in their championship point standings.
Yep. Mark Turney back out the number 3 machine. Best lap was a 17.345. And that was a warm-up at 18.2 and change. Also got the 87 of Matt Smith.
Well, we talked about Mark last time out trying to get the clear track. He's going to have the clear track this time, as now only him and Matt Smith on the track. So
Smith had a 17.454 2 laps ago. That last one was a 17.551. Mark Tenney just did a 17.376. Just a couple hundreds off his best lap so far this afternoon. And let's see what let's see, Smith's going for a bit more traditional. That was an 18.5 second lap for Matt Smith that last time. Mark back to 17.5s.
But now that he's wore the newness off of that tires, he's probably looking more for feel here. And because when they bolt them new ones on for qualifying. And of course, Mark Tunney, the king of qualifying here.
Yep.
Pole sitter for 12 of the last 14 three-hour endurance
What was average starting position there?
Yeah, 2.74.
Yep.
19 starts, that's his average starting position, which is flat ridiculous.
Just on the good side of starting third or better.
Yeah, and that includes some of his early runs when he was a rookie and so where, he was still getting his feet wet, maybe qualifying 10th or 11th or whatever.
A little reminder, folks, if you're coming out here to the stands, please, it is reserve seating. You have the reserve seat tickets. Those reserve seats are saved for this event here tonight. So if you did choose to sit in somebody's chairback reserve seat, they may be coming around and ask you to leave or move later on. Just keep that in mind. Non-reserves are still open, festival seating. If you are sitting in front of the Mike Heimel auction service section, please make sure you refrain from smoking, vaping, that sort of thing. Also no alcoholic beverage in that section. Let's see. Mark wrapped it up with a 17.125. Matt Smith with a chance. He's got 17.454 his best. Sets it up. Now he's going for the old school bonsai run. Let's see what it does for him. Didn't help him. 17.529 that time through. So I think you may have tagged it here that that whole run down that right-hand side there as they approach to the flag stand turn is going to be the fast way around. At 16.999, our fastest so far, Dalton Connor in the 20, 17.086. Jesse Tunney in the 57. Third quick, Mark Tunney in the 3T is going to be a 17.125. Ben Tunney in the 5, 17.129. Austin Tunney in the 23, 17.196. That's your top 5 right there, all in the 17.1 range. Then you got Chad Sizemore, 6 quicks so far. The one machine, 17.263. Tommy St. John was 7th on the chart, 17.385. Matt Smith comes home 8th so far, 17.454. Tied with Dylan Douthit at a 17.454 as well. And then you have the number 17, Corey Harmon, rounding out your top 10 in speed so far. Dustin Hunt getting ready to make his first appearance in the number 74 ride. And this will be the first time for the Dustin Hunt. He's been a long-time veteran Speedrome in a variety of different roles to actually run the 3-hour.
Yeah, and he's kind of lucked out right here. He's going to be the first one coming out on this new group as they did a quick look at the track there. Yep. And he got some practice in last night, but really not a ton of laps. So we're going to see what he's got going on here today. Of course, that machine coming out of the Charlie Hargraves stable. And as you mentioned earlier, John Hargraves Jr. used it the last couple of 3 weeks to cement himself inside the top 10 in the championship point standings.
He's going to be joined with the G4 of Donnie Garrigus the 4th and the 21 of Sir Doug Riddle.
And of course, the Dustin Hunt car, that very old school looking throwback to Chuck Hargraves back in the 80s, and sort of, like you mentioned, that regal body style, which was so big here at the Speedrome back in the Pro Stock days. Still sharp.
Yep. And the idea was that was nothing more than a response to getting away from the Camaro body style that had become the standard there for several years, and also a response to the stock class coming off the Nova body style. So,
and it was also a style that whether you bought pieces for it or you fabricated it yourself, it was an easy style to sort of replicate from your garage mechanic.
Not a lot of curvy parts.
Yeah. But still a classic style. Just like I always say, like the 80s Monte Carlo is still the most beautiful body style of all, and it looks so great in a street stock. It's just classic.
Nah, you know? I'm still 57 Chevy kind of guy.
Yeah, I get it. All look good, but just it reminds me of a regular street stock type deal. But that's what we love in the creativity of some of this stuff, or whether it be the Outlaws or the street stocks or any of those divisions.
Chad Sizemore, number 1. Let's see. Chad's best lap was a 17.263. Doug Riddle's number 21 best lap was a 17.591. The G4 of Donnie Garrigus way behind the 8-ball. Boy, this has been a struggle time for Garrigus' crew. 18.545. 31 laps, and the best match has been 18.5 second laps. Will not cut it. Dustin Hunt, of course, already just getting started. 18.8s there on his third lap.
Chad Sizemore getting ready to make his 14th appearance in the 3-hour figure 8 endurance race. And The wild thing to look at is he's only finished inside the top 10 once in his career, and that was a 5th place finish in 2017. But the last 3 years, he's qualified 5th, 6th, and 3rd. So expect Chad to be right up there in the mix this year. And, you know, a lot of those unfortunate finishes have things are out of his control that he's gotten caught up in the race. And that's just the nature of the 3-hour figure 8 beast.
He tends to not be afraid to drive it in there.
Nope. He's a hard charger for sure. As is Doug Riddle, who won a figure 8 race here earlier this year. It was the King Kenny Classic, the figure 8 portion of that event.
That was a fun night all around.
Yep.
Has Riddle improved any?
That was an 18-1 that last time by.
He did a 17.5 a couple of practice sessions back.
Yeah. Might have knocked some of the new off of what he's got going on there.
Dustin Hunt still. Dustin Hunt's in the high 18s still, so he's got a ways to go.
Yeah, not bad, though, for the limited amount of experience he's had recently on the figure 8.
They caught me snacking. Trying to keep my protein levels up there with the Slim Jim. I was reaching into my inner macho man.
Snap into it.
Let's see. And did Riddle improve just a hair? Let's see what's going on.
He's bonsaiing in this lap.
18.2s, boy. I don't know, the track's heated up a little bit here. Maybe it's getting baked a little bit. But
well, and, you know, we don't know what tires he's got on, too. They may have 60, 70, 80 laps on him, you know, at this point, and he's sort of throwing it in for the heck of it.
Oxenfree, track is open. We had 25 cars officially get some times on here. 2 others we know did not have transponders sending signals, so 27 so far have been on the asphalt here today. Jesse Tunney's number 57 makes his way to the on-track gate. There was a thought by some in the past couple of years that you weren't going to be in that starting 20. They knew they weren't going to be able to make it. They just go ahead and pass, save their money, but this is also a good chance to get some of those laps in, get those tires broke in. Get that final bit of dialing in. Shackelford returns with the roof still. We'll make note of that. And he does have a transponder this time, so let's see what he's got for us now. We know he's able to get under the 17-second mark. Put my stopwatch away now.
Yeah, we're going to be officially official.
Yep. Dennis McNally. Cam's looking good, folks. Catch in turn 2 tonight. Tomorrow, section W, row B, seat number 1. Oh, that's what we got to do with the Kiss Cam. You know we got to do Kiss Cam now.
Surprise!
Kurt Gerald's out there doing a sound check there on the system. Looks like we're doing pretty good so far. 55 on board at the moment. And let's see, Mr. Shackelford climbing the ladder, 17.8 and change. Mike Hadley's number 4 machine. Way down the charts for Hadley, 17.796. Not even in the top 10. He's up 17th quick so far. Shackelford bumps all the way up to 7th quick with a 17.363.
I still wish I knew what that one lap was. Yeah. That one looks so good.
Well, I think we may see a repeat here coming up real quick. He's got some clean traffic. He's able to keep an eye on. Here we go. Oh,
that's it right there.
There was a slight lift. I got to bring it back. We have to share our screen.
Here we go. Oh, I missed it.
It was a 17.131. It's 5th quick for Shackelford now.
Yeah, that definitely his best on transponder today.
Yep.
We have that mystery lap we could just speculate on, but totally guessing. Just interesting. I still ain't gotten used to him with the roof on. Because even when they went to Florida the last couple of years, he didn't have a roof on.
Well, that's
traditionally, yeah.
Let's see what we did there.
Yeah, we always like people with their top down in Florida, right?
As a 17.399, especially those hot dog girls. But that's the 50 machine, John Carlson, the cowboy, out on the track now.
Had a lot of cool responses to his video as well on Facebook.
Yep, had a lot of folks who are West Coast people out there checking him out.
He's got a lot of West Coast support in the pit area with him here. today as well. Shackelford has to do the old Bill Tunney cut the center marker tire there to get around Sean Moore.
As the 20 machine of Dalton Connor, so far the fastest here in the hot laps, fastest last night.
Could he be the one that knocks Mark Tunney off of the streak of poles? We talk about Mark being the pole sitter 12 of the last 14 years, but he has a consecutive pole streak going on of 6 straight fast qualifying awards for Mark Tunney. So,
well, like the joke has been here, which Tunney is it this week?
And the shocking part of all that is since Mark's hogged all these poles, that's meant Ben Tunney's never been on the pole for the World Figure 8 Championship, which Ben has the most poles for the 1 hour figure 8, but he's never been on the pole for the 3 hours. So that's kind of a crazy thing. But Mark tends to be hogging those things from everybody else.
Of course, we're not looking for a track record out of this run here since the change in the tire rules kind of dialed things back just a touch. About a half second, wasn't it?
Well, last year on the different manufacturer of tires, fast time was 16.721. 721. So I think we're going to be in that range as well. As we saw last night, what was Jeffrey's time last night? It was
we did a 16.7.
Yeah. So we're going to be right in that same ballpark that we've been in. And then the previous year before that was a 16.7 flat.
Okay.
And then the year before that was a 16.567. So that had a little bit of tire monkey business in it. But the last 2 years is 16.7 for our pole time. So we're going to be right in that range once again.
Guess who's fast time?
Jeff Rowe.
16.953. Connor come back out again to maybe try to do something about that. Whoop, not that time. He's got Matt Smith coming right out of it, the crossover.
Yeah, he had to worry about other things that lap.
So fast five right now. Ben Tunney 17.129, Mark Tunney 17.125, Jesse Tunney 117.086, Dalton Connor 16.999, and now Jeffrey Shackelford 16.953.
I wouldn't be surprised tonight if you have 4 or 5 of those guys down in the 16.7, 16.8 range, because they always tend to pull a 10th or 2 out in qualifying when all the money's on the line. And
plus, when you know there's no sweat now of something else on the track,
and no other cars to have to dodge.
You can concentrate on that lap, on your groove.
Yeah.
Line it up. Let's see, K9.
But also with that lone track also brings on that pressure of knowing that this is it. Yep. I've got one chance, and I can't make any mistakes. So it sort of equals out.
You got one chance, one time. 27 so far, getting some times out there, and they're spread out from the 16.953 of Jeffrey Shackelford down to an 18.832 from Dustin Hunt.
And John Carlson here for his second appearance in the World Figure 8 Championship. He made it here during the COVID year of 2020 and finished 29th in the event after starting in the 17th position. So it's been a few years since we've had John back, but of course John became the first Washington State driver to ever win a figure 8 race here at the Indianapolis Speedrome earlier this year, and created a lot of buzz among the figure 8 world by doing that. And he had his weekend off last weekend after running the 1 hour, went back home to Evergreen and picked up a super stock figure 8 feature victory. So John's been a busy guy and got a lot of frequent flyer miles this season as he's flown back and forth here 6, 7, 8 times so far this year.
And had some pretty good outings and then getting a lot of experience. Similar to, Jillian moved the entire operation out here.
Yeah.
And we want to welcome back Joe back in town, by the way. Daddy's back with us here this weekend.
Yep.
Brought old Stinky with him. But, in fact, they were out on the track there, running around here yesterday. Had fun watching those two out there playing on the track. But, I'm curious to see, how many more of those West Coast guys say, well, if I want to really do this figure 8 thing.
Well, and some is opportunity. Of course, Jillian, a young lady who, still hadn't set her family life or anything in there, so she made the move out here. And John, of course, a little bit older. He's got a lot of family and things back there in the state. And
apparently he does fireplaces. Fireplaces make a lot of money in Washington State.
Yeah, and so he's got a lot more established of a family situation up there. So a little hard for somebody like that, where Jillian, the opportunity was sort of timing was sort of perfect to do that for her. And wasn't really established in, a career or anything up there. So coming down here, and she's actually been working in the tire business here this last few months. So
Matt Smith, 17.45 for his best lap, 17.676 that last time. Dalton Connor, not yet been able to eclipse his 16.999 from previous.
Comes Hadley back out for another run.
Mike Hadley returns. He's way down the chart. Now he's in the top 20, but down 18th right now, 17.796.
Yeah, and that's something a little off kilter for Hadley as far as speed-wise. I'm sure they're working on some setup things.
No, what had to get on. I was going to configure. You're not here every week.
Yeah, and again, this is a new tire for him at the Speedrome. Mike Hadley has made 11 appearances in the World Figure 8 Championship. His average starting position is 9.36. So he's somebody you're going to see consistently up there towards the top. In fact, 14th position is the worst he's ever started. So, and that was last year, actually, and he went on to finish third in the race. So Mike, with those 11 starts, his finishing position is pretty strong, 10.45. So that's pretty darn good.
I'm watching, no changes on my speed charts. Connor kind of, I wonder if Connor may not be worried too much about race trim or about qualifying at this point. He's getting some of the race notes taken care of.
Well, and now that we've looked between these fast time right now and the fast time last year in qualifying, that makes me think we could sort of compare some of those numbers to other people. And Mike Hadley's qualifying time last year was a 17.269, so he's a little off from what he did last year. So
are we saying the tires this year better than tires last year, or what are we?
I don't know. With fast time looking close to what Jeffrey's running right now as a fast time, I think they've got to be close. We're really going to know when we do apples to apples after we finish the actual single car qualifying this evening. But so far, I think it's sort of looking comparable. And you and I made that look in the 1 hour when they were qualifying as well.
I guess another question I would have would be tire wear is going to be up. We know though they held up well in the 1 hour. Didn't seem to be too many tire complaints from the 1 hour.
Well, and we also had the 250 lap figure eight back in May as well. So, and that's what is going to be a stint here. Basically, you say the race is going to be 450 to 500 laps, so you're going to want to break that up with your fuel stop somewhere in that 250 to 300 lap range. Or earlier if you think the situation is right for it.
Yep. Now, it's kind of interesting that we were actually, because for me with Wampler way back when, we were on the old IndyCar tire that, which I had to laugh was already, by the end of it, it was already 2 or 3 years old when we got it.
Yeah.
And, we ran it for a couple seasons, or a couple of years there at the 3 hour. That became our special 3 hour tire. Towards the very end, it got pretty rock hard. But the beauty of it was we never really worried about tire wear.
No.
I mean, this thing was built to take a 1 ton or 2 ton race car around at 200 plus miles an hour for 500 miles. We're just doing that, with our whole street stock was kind of close.
Well, and really basically maybe the first 15-ish 3 hour figure eight endurance races, nobody was really thinking about changing tires whatsoever. It was only a necessity if you had a flat or you damaged a wheel or, something like that. Then it started to creep in a little bit where people were making 2 tire changes, and then it became a full-blown 4-tire pit stop not long after that when the level of competition really started to change. And actually what's weird is that sort of coincided with the times that car count started dropping a bit, but that wasn't all necessarily because of the 4-tire change thing. It was also about the time that Muncie Speedway went away. Anderson stopped running these type of cars on a weekly basis. The Speedrome series started dying out a little bit. So there was a lot of different feeder places that were losing car count to supply to this race.
Well, you also had to throw in the fact that our Speedrome cars just kept moving further and further along, and so much other places in the country, what they had stayed static.
Yeah, and that was not too long after that time when they started losing tracks.
Yep.
Then the technology here started advancing more, which sort of boxed out some of those folks. But there's been a resurgence of that over the last few years. As Ben Tunney cranks off a mock qualifying lap there.
There you go, 17.036 for the 5 machine of Ben Tunney. Thomas St. John back out in his number 29. He's down to 8th quick so far with a 17.374. And Robert Yoho is sending his love down there from the Showtime Speedway. So...
Yep, and Yoho's got a big 5,000 to win race coming up in November.
See, there you go, Robert. You get the love right back here from the folks here at the Speedrome.
Yeah, and already heard a few folks planning a little time in the sun down there at Showtime Speedway. And
if you need an announcer, you know where to reach us.
Yep, okay? We're available, and I'm planning actually a trip to Florida for a few days. I haven't decided when yet, so maybe I can arrange that to be around that time.
There you go.
Visit a couple of old friends of mine down there that will be joining us here this evening.
Has the statute of limitations run out? And I think, maybe okay then. Yeah,
November is perfect.
There you go. Perfect. Yep.
But, Yoho has actually had a lot of figure 8 races this season. They run about every couple of weeks or so down there. And he's actually leading the point standings down there in the division as he races with his competitors.
First time out today, Miss Jillian on the track in the Zero machine.
Good to see her out
there. We're wondering if she was going to make an appearance. She's hoping to be in the starting 20, but let's see what she can manage out there. Right now, 20th best time is Ben Lindbach's, a 17.887. 17.887 has been the 20th quick, and as Nisha K also taking a peek in on us. And there's 27 cars. Did Jillian have? She forgot to transponder.
Yep, no time.
No, wait a minute. They got Matt Johnson 0. But that's Jillian Lepeto's car. Oh, no. Okay, we have both out on the track at the same time, but we don't have Jillian with the
Yeah, see, we almost got fooled again on that deal. And look, they're close to each other on the track right now.
So Jillian's going to have the pink 0 on the side by those who play in the home game.
Yeah, there's slight differences, but at speed it makes it tough.
Yep. And Pyro on the hood, I noticed that, of the Matt Johnson machine.
Still looking on there. The only 2 cars on the transponder list that have not made an appearance out here so far is the 24 of Pete Bear and the 12 of Mike Riddle Jr.
Yep. Still time for more to come out and join the fun, and always the possibility of...
Well, and there's a handful of folks that we know that are not coming out this evening that'll be joining us tomorrow. Folks that are not worried about the qualifying situation, where Dennis Sloan, Anthony Sloan, and possibly Bobby Whitaker. We'll see what Bobby decides to do, and a few others that will be joining us later this evening or early tomorrow.
Another one of the rookie contenders, the 55 machine of Daniel Norman. In fact, that's kind of interesting. He had 3 rookie contenders on the track at the same time.
We almost could have had us a heat race there for the rookies.
With Lepato, Norman, and Johnson all out there at the same time with a veteran there, Charlie Hargrave, 74 ride.
Maybe for the 50th annual race next year, one of our rookie class could be Robert Yoho.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Can we get a Yoho sponsorship? Oh, don't forget bicycles. Bicycle racing.
Tonight.
You need to come down by the ticket booth, and Donnie's down there. If you're registering for the 18 and over bicycle races, make sure you go down and see Donnie over by the ticket booth. Go see Donnie by the ticket booth for the bicycle race. I got my message. Sorry, Donnie. I just now saw that I had a message from you. And what was Yo-Ho-Ho saying here? And you want to put up some money for this race? What should we do? What's not covered? Uh-oh. Scott, we don't have our announcer's tips. We don't have our announcer tip fund filled up yet. We got announcer tip John over here. It's got I got to say
best talking announcer.
There you go. I think I got a piggy bank one here. Well, no.
Yeah.
I don't know what awards do we have available here that needs to be covered?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll have to put our crack guy Jackson Mears on that.
There you go, Jackson.
Do we have something playing in the background? I can hear something.
Not me. Nope.
Oh, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, sometimes it's the voices, sometimes it's music.
Yeah, maybe I need to take my medication.
But stop taking mine. Dang, damn it. You know I got all the good stuff over here.
Yeah, I think it's just me, Tori. I don't hear it now.
Okay, yep, nothing coming on mine.
Yeah, just smack me in the side of the head. It'll sort itself out. Mark Tunney on track along with the
Zero Lapeno. Getting Lapeno without getting the transponder there, she's going to be kind of left in the dark. So
yeah, because we're enjoying seeing these lap times, but it's also something that they use to sort of mend with the vocal talkings about what the car felt like, and then they're able to compare those times and things. So
just under 2 hours remain. About 1 hour 45 minutes remain before we start the practice rotation for the other divisions racing with us here today. And again, don't forget, folks, we do have several other divisions on board. A pair of Ford figure 8 races for one thing.
Yeah.
As well as mini outlaw figure 8s and the street stocks.
It's championship battle night for the mini outlaws.
Oh, boy.
I sort of did a preliminary rundown of the points after we calculate the omissions that we use during the season, and it looks like Steve Vickers has a 5-point gap over Nathan Arthur coming into this evening, and then Victor Reibold, a handful of points behind that. He's got a little bit slimmer chance of winning the title, but still technically in the mix. So we'll see after that plays out tonight as they have that 40-lap figure 8 here this evening. As you mentioned, double figure 8s for the Fords. One of those races, the first one, is the makeup event from August 16th. And that will be for only the drivers that were on the starting lineup for that event, August 16th. And then the big 40-lapper to cap off the night for the Crown Vics. And then our third class is one you've been looking forward to here for a few months, and that's the street stock figure 8. And already got a handful of them here early to watch the figure 8 practice. And I seen our guy, Brian Harper, signed
there
in
you
for figure 8
go,
competition
Brian Harper, super
tonight.
fan in the house. We had Harf night last night, so got to have Brian Harper on the track here tonight,
Yep, so pretty cool early on. It's still quite a while before they practice, so they're here to watch.
Here we go. Mark Tunney, 17.125. Best lap. Last one was 17.393. He's all by himself. Lines up. Takes that approach. Makes it to the line. Didn't help much there. 17.256. Just in time to bring out a red flag, so.
Well, looking at my race pass, we're up to 33 outlaw figure 8 cars now signed in. So let's see if I can sort through and see who we haven't yet to see. And so far, Troy Hughes has made it out. He was here last evening, so first time today. Here signed in. Let me see. We have.
I've got too many things open on my phone at this point to bring up my race.
Screaming for you. Help. Of course, Mike Riddle, we mentioned, hasn't not been out yet.
33.
Bobby Whitaker in the house.
There you go.
Bobby Whitaker signed in. So, 33 cars currently signed in. We'll see what that plays out to be.
Not a bad little chunk of cars there. Newbies, oldies, and all kinds of goldies. As we got the 111 machine of Sean Cullen back on the track. Going to have number 21. Oh, the practice winner, two-time figure 8 winner at the Speedrome, Doug Riddle. And the number 4 of Mike Hadley, who's got to make up a lot of ground at this point. 18th quick so far, 17.796.
Well, what we'll be anxious to keep an eye on Hadley is if all of a sudden somewhere later on he jumps up, that may mean he's been saving that fresh set of practice tires to jump on. But, Mike doesn't have a really inventory of practice tires. He's not run this season, so anything he would have got, may have already had some laps on it. But he's been out here practicing last night and today. So
Sean Cullen, one of those guys right now on the bubble, so to speak. He's sitting 19th overall, 17.868 for his best lap so far. Dylan Douthit, the 21D machine, 10th quick. Looking good, 17.454 for Douthit.
And you sort of half-jokingly talk about the bubble right now because that's not official. But it's still always a good way to stack yourself up and figure out where you're at because, you're not going into qualifying blind. You kind of need to have an idea of where your car stands against some of these other folks and then just assume everybody's going to gain maybe a tenth or whatever on the time they're going to do. So it's still a great way to stack yourself up,
A little reminder, folks, Lisa Siemens over there running the third turn performance, the Polk Brothers operation there behind the backstretch outside of turn 3 of the Speedrome. She'll be there today and tomorrow. Anybody need you over the pit area? And she's got a question. I don't have the answer for you, Miss Lisa, and that is, will spectators be allowed to park in the pits tomorrow like we did in the last couple of years?
Yes.
There you go. Scott and I, always the answer.
Back in the back half of the pit area, we'll be letting folks with pit bands be allowed to park their vehicles back in there, but you do need to know this.
Okay.
Once you park back in there and once the race, we're starting to push cars out for drivers' introductions, you cannot leave the pit area with your car until the race is over with.
Yep.
So you are stuck there in the pit area. And each year, people have, I need to go visit my dog at home, or, or I need to get my Flintstone vitamins or whatever I need to get out.
Yep.
And that's a safety hazard. So it's a cool thing to have your car in there, because that way you can keep extra clothes and whatever else you need in the car. And it's only a few steps away from your pit spot there.
Remember how we used to, basically you would carpool as many as you could in your hauler to the track, because you couldn't have a place to park.
Yeah.
And that means, of course, packing that extra jacket, some extra bottles, a cooler, extra toilet paper, because we always ran out.
Yeah. So, but that's sort of a neat thing now in 3 Hour Day, that you're able to park back there and keep those extra things.
If you have the pit band.
If you have the pit band, because then if it's warmer during the day, you wear your T-shirt and then you go back and get your stuff from there. Ain't got to lug that around all day.
Yep. Doug Gregg, chance to qualify in the starting field once again, sitting 12th so far in the number 33 machine. Rare appearances here in 2025 for Doug Gregg, as he is still, every once in a while, building another car. He's working on a lot of folks' cars. He's joined that Joe's team, by the way, and they've got some extra money on the line there with Joe's Performance Shop. Some of the sponsors coming on board. And, that's right, we got that pole position award. Woo!
And, of course, Doug Gregg, the stat king of the World Figure 8 Championship.
Yep.
12,253 laps completed in his 35 starts. But better yet, more amazing, Tori.
Go ahead.
35 starts.
Yep.
His average starting position, 13.14.
Yep.
And that includes some of those early years where he was driving a street stock and nowhere near the starting field. And his finishing average position, 12.86 across 35 starts. That is just flat incredible. And Doug Gregg is something else. I've said it many times this weekend. The last 3 Hour Figure 8 we had without Doug Gregg and Steve Frost was 1990, 35 years ago.
1990, that was still my folks. That was me on the scoreboard. Oh, Lord, that was a lot of years. That was a long time ago.
I was not old enough to drink then.
No, I was.
Which I will be drinking later on this evening. Which I'm just now became old enough to drink.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
Doug Gregg, right?
Interesting to see the Dougler here for that 36th appearance.
Just got himself a 17.545, still sitting 12th on the charts. So Doug's got himself a nice little spot.
Has he got another window open? Oh, your volume was up on the...
Sorry.
So that what I was hearing was earlier. I wasn't crazy.
No, you're still crazy, but you were hearing voices.
I was not crazy on that point. Yeah. What we were hearing was ourselves on the playback on the YouTube channel with a slight delay.
Sorry.
Yeah, just creeping into there.
Okay.
So, we love listening to ourselves so much that we have to put it up while we're talking. So kind of talking in a circle.
Okay. And actually, a tracker going up. Somebody did drop a piece of something out there in the middle of the track. Tracker runs out there, heads over to a pick. Oh, was it a little bit? No, it is not. Heads over to. Here comes the Matt Johnson in Zero Machine. It's somebody's koozie, I think. Hands it over to the driver.
It might have been his Hoppy. Did his Hoppy fall out?
No, it wasn't a Hoppy.
Oh. It might have hopped out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he got. Well,
whatever it is, he's got it back and put it into his cup holder.
Okay. It might have been that. Oh, I know. It was Raymond Xanax. Okay.
Can't lose that.
Race 11's number 15 out on the track. That's Robbie's baby boy, Frank's grandbaby, and the 21 Dylan Dunn. So a couple of.
Yeah, I would watch a race between these three guys' father all day long.
There you go. Yep.
Raymond Johnson, of course, on the Mount Rushmore of Kentuckiana Figure 8 racers.
At Bobby Douthit, of course, and Robbie will have got to go there too for the folks from the Michigan area.
And, of course, by the end of the weekend, we'll have all three of those guys on the property for sure. I've already seen Robbie. I know Raymond's here. Bobby probably won't be here till tomorrow, but they will all be on the property.
Yep.
So we can have a little bench racing between the three of those
I'll tell you.
Drivers.
I guess we stop thinking. We actually just put together a fairly decent-sized race with the children of former winners of this event.
Yeah, we could have a 18, 20 car feature right there.
Well, and obviously you're going to have four tonnies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, it'd be easier, Tori, to count the ones that would not be on that list.
You have Douthit. You would have, who else we got? Dang, damn it. I can look at my board here, see. And all the tonnies. Chad Sizemore.
Shackelford.
Yep. Did Dad win this one?
What's that?
His dad won this.
Who's that?
Shackelford.
No, he didn't win the race. He was a pole sitter, though.
Okay, well, see, that's catch. I was trying to do on former winners.
He's a runner-up, though. 2004, he finished second to Bruce Tunney.
I guess maybe not with the. Well, we still have these because you have all the Tunneys and Douthit and Sizemore. So there you go. That's a pretty good field right there.
Yeah, and some of those people, not only their fathers but their grandfathers.
Corey Harmon.
You know, Corey's dad has been in this race one time. Surprisingly, Larry only ran it once.
Yep. Didn't do too bad for a call. I think he finished like top 5, didn't he?
Let me look. It was 1980. I can tell you that off the top of my head.
Because we have Rance right off the bat was racking up the finishes. Rance, couldn't get himself out, couldn't stay out of the top 5.
Larry Harmon, 1980. He started 10th, finished 16th.
Oh, I thought he did better than that one. Rance.
How about this qualifying time? 20.520.
Yep. Now, what about Rance on his record?
Rance has got a great record in this race. Rance, 9 starts in the World Figure 8 Championship. Right. Average finish, 7.78.
There you go.
Of course, he won the race in 1986, but he finished, he finished 3rd in 82, 2nd in 85, of course, the winner in 86, 2nd in 88, and then 4th in 1990. So, I mean, an incredible run there for Rance Harmon.
And what's changed here on my charts? We've got Mark Tunney back out in the 3 machine. And 17.125.
Troy Hughes making a first appearance of the day.
Troy Hughes on the 22.
He was very quick last night as well.
Up to 19th quick already, 17.831. A little bit of daring do there at the crossover.
Yeah, well, they're both trying to get a hot lap in. So
they are.
Speaking of Yoho, these are the 2 drivers that won the last 2 Yoho February race.
17.442 for Troy Hughes.
That was Mark Tunney this year and Troy Hughes last year winning the big event down there in February. Both had to play a little chicken there on their hot lap qualifying.
I think they decided to back off since they both realized if they just clear the intersection a little bit, they can both go. And I'm curious because actually they're both did a couple 17.4s.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Troy's got a little fresher tires than Mark because Mark's put in a bunch of mock qualifying runs already, and this is one of the first times we've seen Troy.
Okay, here's Mark. 17.577. He's still got that 17.125, the 5th best so far. Here comes Troy Hughes. 17.504. Had a 17.442 a few laps ago. If these are supposed to be qualifying runs, I don't think they're like what you were looking for, though, what you're talking about for running that perfect little groove.
Yeah, neither one of them is doing sort of that flat run into the corner where they get as far right as they can at the crossover and make that beeline. Mark is still sort of arcing it in like race runs.
Well, the downside of it is, of course, it's great for one lap.
Yeah.
But you're now out of position there to have a really good lap after that.
Yeah, once you run that flat arc in there, that next lap is toast.
Okay, Chad ends up with a 17.271, 8th quick for the day. And that puts our bump speed now at 17.868. Sean Cullen still 20th on the bump.
Hughes running a 17.271 that last lap. That was a pretty good one.
Yep. He is the 8th fastest so far today.
He's now waited. Mark Tunney cleared the track. Now he's out there by himself. Got some heat up in those tires.
Yep, 17.271. They took a very slow, took a breath there. There you go. There's your approach there. Close on the line. Could not bring himself to finish all the way, but did finish with a 17.157. 6th quick now for Troy Hughes.
Troy Hughes making his 6th career appearance in the World Figure 8 Championship. His best result was a 6th place finish in 2023. His best start last year was 8th. Last year when he qualified 8th, he qualified at a 17.001.
Oh, here you go. This is going to be an attempt. I think. See what he's got.
He arced it out for the first lap, because the first lap you want to arc it out there.
Carry a lot of speed into turn number 1. Take turn 2, no problem. Line up for 3. Keep carrying that speed all the way through 3 into 4, and now you line up on the line like you're talking about. That far right-hand side. Try to just miss the marker tire. There you go. 17.074, fourth quick.
He made 3 mock runs right there in a row, and each time he gained about a half a tenth to a tenth each time. So nice job. And as we mentioned last year, his qualifying time was a 17.001. So
0.74 on this one.
Yeah, so right in that ballpark, even though it was a totally different tire, and I know for a fact that's a different car as well.
And he's going to try another one. Here we go. Swings up wide on the first one.
He might have got a signal from Moose there at the fence. Hey, do one more. You're out there by yourself. Go ahead.
Take advantage of it.
Plus, as you mentioned before, kind of got to take a breath after you make that mock run and charge into that corner, because that's scary. You're almost heading directly head-on into the wall.
I was going to say, he had a little wobble there going down the straightaway, slowed it down to a 17.236. Weird to say they slowed it down to a 17.236. But,
that's a heck of a speed.
Yeah, almost like it got away from just a hair just come through the crossover when he topped out.
Well, and that's a balancing act. Mm-hmm. Of being on the edge of super, super fast or, putting it in the fence.
Track is still empty. Go for it. Bounce over the little marker there, turn number 1. Takes the turn number 2 there. Marker goes to the right-hander. Sweeps onto the northbound lane there. Takes to the left-hander going through turn number 3. Around 4. Here comes Mark Tunney to see, hey, what are you doing out there playing on my playground? And he's backed off. Yeah. Still good enough for a 17.07 or 3.96, but that 0.74 stands.
When he gets wide there for that flat line, he sort of almost spun the tires a little bit as he got to the crossover, which made that angle a little funny, and he kind of had to back out because he didn't know where he was going to end up down there.
Maybe we're talking about when they hit that concrete. Maybe that's an issue. I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
That grip.
And that's something that I imagine with Mark Tunney. Mark knows every nuance of this track, as good a qualifier as he is. So he's somebody that you want to review and emulate. And the funny part about that is you could go on YouTube, and Mark has tons of in-car camera videos, and you can almost study what Mark does, and yet some still are not able to replicate it.
Curtis Schumann's out in the number 11 once again for the Mopar crowd. The G4 of Donnie Garrigus, the 4th. And, of course, Mark Tunney in the number 3. The word Michael Goodman, no Dana Tunney. They've concentrated on Mark's ride. Dana suffered a disastrous mechanical breakdown of the crew. And also Dana and Sister Katie and the family have got some personal issues to deal with. We'll talk about that later on. Had a quiet time as they have had a death in the family there that we regret very much. A good friend of mine, man I respect very much. 17.45 and change there for Mark Tunney. So they've concentrated elsewhere here this past week. And Mark another nice little lap. Not bad, keeping it 17.4. So at this point, I think Mark's showing he's got no problem racing at the 17.4 3s and 2 range.
Yeah, but right now it looks like Mark's got some serious competition between a handful of drivers so far for that pole position.
Yep. So Chris Schumann's out in number 11 right now, sitting 26. So out of the transfer spot or the lock-in spots.
But Tori, how far is that out of getting there?
Exactly.
It's not that far at all.
And then you're going to have we lost Garrigus, and that's another team that's still 24th quick for the day so far. We know he's willing to throw down. He's willing to take every chance there to get this one in the game.
100%.
But he is still, off the mark here as far as making it. Right now, the 20th is still Sean Cullen at 17.868. Again, we're not looking at bumping yet, but it gives us kind of an idea of what cars and who we're looking at to be on that bubble. And it includes guys like Michael Hadley, 19th quick so far in the 4 machine. Charlie Hargraves, 18th quick in the 74.
Yeah, and again, I mean, realistically, 30 to 32 cars are probably in play for the top 20 spots.
Here's another one we've been talking about. You've been waiting and wondering where he's at. There is the 12 of Mike Riddle Jr., former Speedrome champion.
And, of course, Mike was just on the front row with Mark Tunney for the 1 hour figure eight just 2 weeks ago. and led about 16 laps right out of the gate before he had a power steering line break and end his night early.
Yep, a little $7 part there, cutting loose on him.
Yeah, and Mike was so happy with the setup of the car and the speed that he had that he told everyone, do not touch this car over the last 2 weeks. And he basically has left everything the same to try to cut that
contact
speed.
in the practice there. Jesse Tunney, the 57, Mike Riddle in the 12, being up there at the south end. Neither one to... Oh, and I missed it. Curtis Humans into the wall there in turn 3.
Yeah, I don't know.
I confess, I had basically...
Well, we were looking at the contact going on between Riddle and Jesse Tunney.
That was because it checked up because of what was going on there.
Well, I think Mike, since he made the arc of the turn before, saw it just a hair before Jesse did.
Now, one major concern that Humans had coming into this weekend was he heard a funny noise coming out of the rear end he not real happy with. And now they walk around and see if something's going on with that.
Cullen was in the vicinity, and I think that was more him just checking up to maybe not run into him. So track crew over there.
And Curtis Humans climbing out. So attention to the pit area, calling for the...
And he's looking under the rear end like you've talked about.
So heads up in the pit area. Curtis Humans going to be looking for some assistance back there at the 11-car pit. Man has got a dream to be in this race here tomorrow, and boy, oh boy.
And ironically, Tori, some of the guys in the pit area with the street stocks might be the ones that might be able to help him best. Because that rear end's probably similar to some of the stuff that some of those folks are running.
I'm curious. He's a Dodge man. He just switched out of the Dodge engine just a little bit ago. Went to, it's kind of a standard, I guess they call it like a 602 engine or something like that.
It's a sealed crate engine.
A sealed crate engine they use there in the crate late models.
Yeah.
That he's running in that car. So it's a good known factor. But
a first step that we'll have to see is whether they're able to push the car off or whether it's going to need the hook. That would maybe tell us whether it's still capable of rolling, or if something seriously broke on there, they may have to
he's coming back out
else.
again. So again, I'm going to urge...
they're saying maybe it locked up heading into the corner there and sort of spun around. So we'll see what comes from that. Yeah, we're getting word across the radio, Tori. Definitely a busted rear end now for him. So hopefully it's something that they could get fixed and repaired. And
some of you street stock guys want to make your way on over to the pit, 11-car pit. He's going to be looking for probably a big old stock type rear end. Take pretty much whatever you got that'll fit.
Yeah, and he's pitted over there near like spot 100 or so. So along the railroad track side, right across from Matt Smith and them there.
So we can't show you a little bit of assistance down there because.
Well, and there's folks at home, that are part of the racing community that may have something as well that can help them out.
Well, now I'm picturing the Hearn family showing up from Florida now with the spare part he needs tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Can they make it in here about 8? Well, yeah, they could, couldn't they?
Yeah, and you've got to think back to the 1990 3-hour figure 8 race where the rain came and it was stopped in the middle of the race, and they took the rear end out of the Wayne Arnold car that had fallen out and put into Mike St. John's car because it was going out as the rains were coming. And Mike went on to win the race with the complete rear end assembly out of Wayne Arnold's car in it the next day when the race resumed. So kind of shades and flashbacks to that as somebody may have just what he needs to help him get and realize his dream in running the 3-hour figure 8 endurance race tomorrow evening.
Ed Deet down there as well. Got Indy's best towing coming over, giving the hook back into the pit area. Taking care of us here at the Speedrome. They take care of you as you need them.
Yeah, and even though there's damage on the rear end, maybe thankfully they didn't, damage the car even more by putting it into the fence. Sometimes when a part breaks, you're kind of on a ride there and can end up doing more damage. Yep. So, I don't see anybody making any attempt to do any cleanup, though, down there up against the wall.
Yeah, whatever it was did not...
So it might be just like something that could be welded up or something as well.
Putting the boom extender down the back of the Stinger there. Put the strap on the back of the Humans will ride and get it back in the pits and hopefully get some work done on that. So a brief hold in the action, folks, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome, race fans, by the way, here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. We welcome you out to World Championship 3-hour figure 8 endurance 3-hour weekend. Let's be honest with each other. Just 3-hour week. That's all you need to call it anymore. I got in trouble many moons ago with my boss not liking me just calling it the 3-hour.
3 hours is a dirty word.
It's what it is, folks. And has been from the start. Everybody said, the race they said we couldn't do. You couldn't possibly do it this way. One was after the first year, they said we couldn't possibly run open pits at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Yes, we do. We haven't run over anybody seriously yet, but we don't need this year to be the first of it. So we'll remind you once again in the pit area, this is open pits. This is open pits. Heads up, pay attention at all times. You get people in the stands. Well, it's a lot of practice going on now until about 6 o'clock for the World Figure 8 cars. Then an hour's worth of practice for the other cars joining us tonight, the stock class, the Fords, and the mini late models. Some other racing for those guys. Going to kick things off with the 25-lap Ford Figure 8. That's a rain-out event from August 16th. And only the cars that would already been scheduled to start in that August 16th event will be allowed to run in that one. Follow that up with the bike race. And remember, if you are planning to be in the bike race, go see Donnie over by the ticket gate. Double check that location here. Let's have a brain fade there. Let's see. Donnie over by the ticket gate here on the front stretch. Ticket booth by the front stretch here. Ticket booth by the front stretch to register for the 18 and over bike race. So make sure you get there registered for that. That'll be after that Ford race. And then we start the first round of qualifying for the World Figure 8 chase coming up. After that, some more racing happening out here at the track. Mini Outlaw Figure 8 for 40 laps. World Figure 8 qualifying attempt number 2. And that will set the top 20 for tomorrow's event. Still leave some spots open for alternates.
Troy, they've got the back of the car up now. We'll see if anything's sort of dangling unnaturally from there.
Nothing that shouldn't become, well, it's a male. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's somebody's foot on the other side.
Sometimes you could see if maybe the drive shaft or something's hanging down, which maybe would tend towards the yoke or something being broke on the front of the snout of the rear end, or if a tube was broken, maybe one side would list more than the other. Those are sort of some signs we're looking for in that situation.
Somebody left it in the women's main bathroom.
Okay, women's bathroom. If you try to place a call in the women's bathroom, you can't anymore. It could be because you lost your phone. So come tell me what your phone looked like, what it said on the back. We've got it up here in the announcer's booth. Look, what'd you do to your camera? Oh, people, take care of those things. But it's if you left your phone in the women's bathroom, we got it up here in the announcer's booth. We are currently playing with your phone. We're checking into. I'm changing your static. Oh, there we go. You got a TikTok notification a minute ago. You got Snapchat notifications.
Busy.
I tell you. And you did not lock it up. What is this? Volume should be turned on. Smooth Discord. You might want to start cleaning the dual. What are you doing here? What is this? Discord. You got more apps in here than I got underwear. I tell you, I don't have this many apps.
We go back to green quickly.
Oh yeah, where are we? I'm playing with our phone.
There's about 10 cars already up to speed. Looks like a heat race going on out there.
I'll tell you, 111 of Sean Cullen back out in white. The pink number, or salmon, will go with number 1 machine.
Salmon,
I like that one. Salmon, enchanted evening, you may meet a stranger. That's going to be Chad Sizemore in the number 1. The Black Mariah, that's the number 55 machine of Mr. Dan Norman. Did I get it right?
Yes, sir.
I've got that brain that right there, that's that block there. I had to struggle there for whatever reason. Norman, is that you, Norman?
Norman.
The 57 of Jesse Tunney, unharmed from that contact. The 12 of Mike Riddle. And the 0 machine, that is the 0 of Matt Johnson. Matt Johnson, whoa, crossover. Charlie Hargraves goes behind there in the 74. And Mark Tunney getting ready to come back out again. Top 5 on the speed charts so far, once again. Jeffrey Shackelford, 16.953. Have not seen Dalton Connors since we actually have seen him a couple times, have we? But has not been able to beat that 16.999 earlier in the 20 machine. Ben Tunney's number 5. A little bit ago gave us a 17.036 for his best lap so far. Troy Hughes, 4th quick in the 22. And Jesse Tunney, 5th quick in the 57. Let's see. And right now the bump time we got, Mike Hadley on the bubble, 17.796 Mike Hadley. again, qualifying will happen later on. Actually, do the bumping later on tonight after the Ford Figure 8. Nope, after the bike races. And then after the Mini Outlaw Figure 8. So again, bump after the Mini Outlaw Figure 8 races. More races to come here. We got folks here still come track. Crisscross applesauce. Through the crossover we go.
Welcome, Norman.
I'll tell you.
He was in the mix there.
He was. And he was curious. And you talked a lot about this, Scott and I, that that's one of the things he's wanted to learn out here is what it's like being out here with cars on the track.
Yeah.
He's practiced most by himself or one or two cars, but now he's actually got traffic going on out there.
First mock qualifying run by Riddle right there. But, yeah, Norman's doing a great job mixing it up and building that mental resume on all these competitors he's competing with.
Riddle right now 10th out of the field there, 17.412, 10th quick there for Mike Riddle in the number 12 machine.
Yeah, and he made that flat lap into the corner that we were talking about. And he's had not much open space here as it's been pretty busy since the resumption of practice.
Yep, and looks like Troy Hughes making his way back out to the on-track gate. Mark Tunney already waiting there. Okay, getting a couple of predictions. Vegas Larry Harmon seems to think that Mike Hadley is going to be like a 17-1, 17-3 when the time comes to qualify. So there we go. A couple people already speculating.
Did you say that came from Jimmy the Greek?
From Vegas. So there you go. Is the word from Vegas. So there you go. The Vegas line.
Thank you, Brent Musburger.
Yeah. I haven't bid anybody yet.
That's Marv Albert.
Darn it. I
didn't close, though.
I know. It's only got to contribute there.
I just remember Brent was the host of this NFL Today, and Jimmy the Greek was the
Look at that monkey run. You're out. You're out. Okay.
You mentioned Hughes back out. Mark Tunney back out.
And Mark Tunney now sitting 6th on the chart, 17.125. It's Shackelford, Connor, Ben Tunney, Troy Hughes, Forrest Quick, and Jesse Tunney, your top 5 on the speed charts right now.
If Mark qualified 6th, I don't know if he'd know where that is on the starting grid.
I'll tell you.
He may need some assistance from the usher to help find that starting spot.
Well, he's commented himself that, if he gets a flat tire, he's going to go down the laps. He's going to put it on the trailer.
Yeah.
So if he has to start 6th, that means he's loading up.
He might.
Is Bruce going to wave him in?
Bruce was a hell of a qualifier himself.
Yeah.
Bruce Tunney was the only person to set fast time for the 3 hour and not start on the pole.
Did the second day.
Yep. Started 21st and ended up putting it in victory lane. That actually is the farthest starting back any winner has ever started to win the 3 hour, 21st position.
And sets up to keep in mind, it's still mathematically a possibility that the winner of this race not be on the track when the checkered or the green flag first flies or when the checkered flag falls.
Yep.
We come close to that a couple of times there for the winner to be in with issues, or could have gone ahead and parked it in the pits there and just watched with his crew.
Yeah.
For the last few laps. But not too many races willing to take that chance on the math.
Nope.
They're not known for mathematics.
Well, especially when it's on the fly right there. You're having to figure that out on the fly as Ben Tunney comes back out. Again, the new paint job for Ben Tunney today, kind of moving away from the Tunney yellow.
Yep. Well, even what yellow did, it ends up with that fluorescent green color.
Yeah.
Which in some light did have the yellow tinge, but now this it just seems to come across as more of the fluorescent green as opposed to the.
Yeah. If you haven't been here this weekend, wait till you see that car at night.
Oh, I know. It is. That thing just pops at night. And you're going to love this thing under the lights here tonight, folks. You're going to want to check us out here on your Speedrome.tv. We will be ending up the YouTube free feed there at the practice. So some heartbreak there. I know for a lot of you folks all over the place, but we will be staying live at the Speedrome.tv throughout the races here tonight. Ben Tunney right on the front there, lifting that left front tire. Let's see, is that doing him any good? 17.036, yep.
That's a good lap. And he didn't even dive it in there, really.
Oh, it was a 6.23 that one, but he's got a 17.036 from just a little bit to go. Seeing that
first appearance for the day for young rookie Kevin Brooks.
Had not seen Brooks at all. He's one of the ones. And I'd given the nod. He's sewn up Rookie of the Year for the Outlaw Figure 8 status.
And I think he ended up third in the championship standings, too, without looking at that.
Just a monster run for the kid.
Yep.
Proud of little Brad Brooks over there in the pits. They had that team, that whole team just has been from day one on top of their game. The driver on top of the game. I mean, that's the other part of it.
Got an experienced driver as the tire man as well on that deal. Rich Fenwick works on the tires on that. Rich, a lot of success here in the World Figure 8 Championship, finishing in the top 6 of his last 8 starts.
Yep. His first couple ones, I had to laugh. His first couple ones came as driving the Hester family's old street stalkers. And Marion and Glenda Hester had a long career here at the Speedrome, a husband and wife team. And Glenda, though, was never real fond of the 8. Marion would run occasionally, but they had a couple cars they would let other people drive in the 3-hour back when the street stalkers could be lined up there with the race. A bit of fame later on. They went on to start driving dirt over at the old Putnam Park Speedway, Putnamville track, and started a figure 8 class out there.
Brooks, no transponder, Tori.
Oh.
I was trying to look and see what his early laps were on here, but I'm not seeing anything popping up here. Yeah, definitely no transponder for Kevin Brooks. Most likely they've picked it up. It's just somebody didn't get the message and get it into the hopper as they hurried and got himself out here on the track. Brooks got some practice in yesterday.
Jill Lepedo finally getting the transponder working. This is the first lap we got recorded for her, 18.565. 28th out of the 30 cars so far, racking up some official times. Of course, Brooks has not. Up to 23rd now with a 17.913. So Jillian's starting to climb up the ladder a little bit. 23rd out of the 30 cars. Getting some times in today. Getting passed by the Mark Tunney. See if she decides to follow him for a little bit. So 2 0 machines, by the way. Keep that in mind. You're going to have the 0 machine of Lepedo and then the 0J, the OJ ride of Matt Johnson in this year's field.
She is, Tori. She looks like she's locked in, trying to follow Mark around, maybe pick up some lines there.
And still an 18.7. Both of them doing 18.7. And she pulls off the track. Mark by himself. Let's see if Mark's going to try another fast run. He's 6 quick so far. His best lap was 17.125, and that was about, oh my goodness, didn't realize Mark is at 102. Mark has the most laps on it. When have we seen that happen before? And now you got to start wondering, is that something they need to be concerned of over in the Mark Tunney pit? He's got the most laps of anybody in this practice session. 103. He's now leading the practice. Is that a sign that they're trying to squeeze everything they can out of this operation?
Yeah.
17.487 there. Jesse Tunney's number 57 out there. So far, 5th quick. Best lap is 17.086. And Mark Tunney pulls off the track. Never quite getting her up to speed. His best still is 17.125. 6 out of the 30 cars so far today. So let's see. Still Michael Hadley on the bump right now. And is this the Nelson machine making his way out to the track? Yep, Mike Nelson in the 131 for the reworked Bobby Whitaker cars coming back out. Of course, his old sunshine himself we talked about earlier. Going to carry a Mike Heimel Auction Service sponsorship. We'll keep that one rolling for him.
Yeah, Mike supported Bobby for the last handful of years.
Yep.
Yep.
Bobby was a regular at the auction house. Still does come by there as well. And over there, 59 North 2nd. You're welcome, Mike. We'll make sure we get your mention out there.
Yeah, we got to see Mike on Tuesday night out at 5th Ave Grill and Bar. He visited us during our kickoff to World Figure 8 weekend show.
Let's see. And comes out just a couple of laps and pulls back in again.
Leaving Jesse Tunney as the only one out on the track. Jesse was a pole sitter in this race in, let me see, 2011.
Yep.
He was the pole sitter for this race, but he was the winner of the World Championship in 2020. Heck of a qualifier in this event. 18 starts. His average starting position is 7.83. That's pretty stout.
Fifth right now. 17.086 his best lap. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, so actually we did have a little sneaky on there. Oh, sorry, bring it back.
Yeah, apparently Doug Riddle returned a transponder to the shed back down there, and somehow it ended up on Kevin Brooks's car. So some of those laps of Kevin Brooks's were showing up as Doug Riddle, and now apparently Doug Riddle has a new transponder. So
Kevin has his own.
Right, but the previous times of the other car are on there, so it's going to be hard to figure out.
Sure, yeah.
But we'll sort that out here as we go.
Did Doug Riddle, well, don't know, but right now we will have Kevin Brooks out there on his own.
So we'll be able to look at those laps directly, but not know.
Well, that was 17.558 for his first official lap there for Kevin Brooks on this run. Jesse Tunney did actually improve his time there, 17.086, but still sitting fifth quick there for the day. Jesse Tunney in that 57 machine. Kevin Brooks moving his way up the ladder right off the bat, 16th quick, 17.531. Lifts left front. He's another one whacking that marker there in turn 3, slides it on through. And that was a 17.431, improved up to 12th out of the 31 cars we've seen times on today. So we know he's got him a good time that could get him in the starting 20, and they head back in the pits. Sorted out. Race Loving returns in the number 15. Due to be married September 27th. September 27th. Young Miss Sydney Torres. Congratulations, folks.
And they've put the roof back on. Out early, he had the roof on yesterday. Earlier today was running without the roof. And now they've put the roof back on to maybe make some comparison runs. Of course, only the second weekend race has been in a full-blown outlaw car, as he's ran his flat rock car pretty much everywhere else that he's been competing on the figure 8 courses. So still some knowledge to gain by taking on and off the roof here by he and the team.
Let's see what it's doing for him. Where you at? The 17.8 range, and that. There he is, 18th with a 17.596 earlier. So really, didn't seem to change him much. Oh, let's try another run here as he takes a run off the gate, swings it wide in turn number 1, sets up for the right-hander. Turn 2, wraps that up, heads northbound. As Jeffrey Shackelford returns. Shackelford keeping his roof on still. Loving takes a little bit high there between 3 and 4. Lines up. Does not line up on that right-hand side like you talk about. And gets a 17.947.
Not sure if he's maybe picked up on that yet, or maybe somebody's not clued him in on that yet.
17.596 still his best lap, about 0.4 better. So,
or maybe he hasn't worked the quote-unquote courage up yet to make that a flat run into that turn.
Yep.
As you're aiming the car basically head-on into the wall at 70-plus miles an hour and then having to make a 90-degree turn.
And then trying to shave the whiskers off that big tractor tire there in turn 1 to boot.
Yeah, so there's a lot in play of making a quote-unquote bonsai lap.
And back in 17.9s again.
17.119 for Jeffrey that lap. So that's a pretty good turn for having some laps on his tires already.
Yep. He's able to improve that down into that 16-second range again.
Well, he's going to have to get it cranked up because he had that flat corner that last time, which ruins that next lap. So we'll see what he could do on this circuit. You hear the train whistle in the background.
I hear the train a-coming.
That train doesn't stop at any intersection.
Nope. I was getting a little nostalgic there back in the day when they'd sit parked on the siding there for a while and be able to watch the races standing up on the box cars and on the engine.
Yeah, they probably got too many regulations now about stopping and not stopping and keeping on schedule as, they're not used to in the past.
They close that siding down a little bit. 17.547 last time. Still not quite topping his best laps there for the 28 of Shackelford. 17.616 doesn't come close. 15 of Loving, 17.818. Track is open for hot laps. About 1 hour remain for the Outlaw hot lap session. 1 hour remain for the Outlaw practice session. 1 hour remains for the Outlaw practice session. All races. 1 hour remain for the Outlaw practice session.
Yeah, and with that 1 hour left, I know we still have some folks on the list that I know are coming today that we will probably start seeing.
Oh, what race 11 good on that one?
That was a 17.5. 17.572. Is that one of his better laps?
That was 17.577. Yep, that was his best lap of the day so far.
Nice.
Still sits in 18th, just barely.
How about the lap Jeffrey just turned?
16.823 is the best we've seen so far today.
Yep, so I think the roof may stay on.
Setting his sights on the pole, that's for sure.
Well, something else, he's so used to racing without the roof. I wonder if that roof will stay on maybe for qualifying and then maybe see if he takes it back off for the race, to feel more natural to Jeffrey and his preference.
Kind of like back in the days when we used to tune it in for the qualifying, but detune it for the race.
Yeah, as you were just trying to endure and have a race pace, so to speak, as opposed to the all-out speed. Loving with another bonsai run in there. And 6.58, 17.658, so not his quick lap, but not very far off of what he turned just a handful of laps ago.
It's still just barely in that top 20, 18th out of time so far today.
And we've talked about so many times here today, there's going to be so many people lumped in that area that a tenth or two is going to make a difference, whether you qualify 8th or you qualify, 28th.
Man, we talked about before that all season long, basically 17.7 is where you have to be if you're going to race with these guys. The hot shoes would be 17.2s, but if you're not up to 17.7s, you're really not going to be part of the game. And right now, the bubble speed is 17.722, and that's Charlie Hargraves now, 20th quick so far. Matt Smith back out, number 87. Best lap for him has been 17.454. 13th out of the 31 cars getting times today. Again, this is not yet the official qualifying runs. We are kind of keeping a benchmark of times.
Yeah, and it's not only finding out what your car is doing, but how you're stacking up against others that are out on the track with the same track conditions as you, and sort of gauging maybe what you need to do coming up into qualifying later.
Shackelford come back out in the 28 machine. Roof staying on.
Probably a quick shock adjustment, as quick as they were back in and out. Maybe just one little click on the shocks.
Got to be happy with the 16.823. Beats Race 11 at the crossover there just for spite, I think, as much as anything else. Big screen up on the north end of the track. I'd see Mr. Kurt Gerald as the TV crew started to get into position. Appreciate our guys on the cameras here today, as we are once again worldwide at the YouTube on a freebie, but also worldwide on the Speedrome.tv for the pay-per-views. Kevin Brooks returns in the silver and fluorescent number 3 ride. Another one of our rookie class 2025. That is just a phenomenal group of racers. Race Loving, Matt Johnson, Kevin Brooks. Well, he taught right there, 3 second generation Rich, I think even Brad's got him a start in this race, doesn't he?
No, he was Rookie of the Year during the regular season, but did not make an attempt.
Okay, I thought Brad, because we had a couple of runs there early on when the street stock days, etc.
Looking at the My Race Pass app of cars that have signed in but yet to see so far today, just signing in, Manny Aguilar.
The 83 machine, there you go.
Pete Bear yet to make it out on track in the 24, but he's signed in. Let me see who else. It's been a minute since we saw Steve Frost out on the track.
Came out for literally just a 1 or 2 laps and then pulled back in.
Yep.
Well, 10 laps, 11 laps there for Steve Frost.
Yep,
18.6 range.
We've yet to see Bobby Whitaker out on track. He's all signed in.
Yep.
And I think that's it for the folks that have gotten a transponder, and we've not seen them pulling the track so far.
And we're going down the track right now. Really, nobody's burning down the barn, so that's a track getting a little crowded at the moment. Try to put down that really good lap as it stands. Matt Smith, 17.454. That was a 17.9 and change. Brooks at best a 17.369. That was a 17.492 for Brooks in the 3. And Race 11, best has been a 17.499. Well, wait a minute. Did I just see that right here? Race 11. Nope, 17.577. There we go. And he pulls off the track. Come out wherever you are.
Plus, I know that we're expecting to see Ricky Puckett this evening. I know he's got some tires picked out there and haven't made it yet to the Speedway.
And he's not signed in yet? Because that's
nope.
Okay. So he may be aiming for the alternates list and try tomorrow or try to get in through that last day qualifying, make those last 8 spots.
He'll show up before qualifying tonight.
Okay.
Ricky's not an early arriver.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of his. Some of those folks are just that way. But, he may have had to work this morning as well.
He's a goer, not a shower. Okay, I got you.
Here's a bonsai run by Kevin Brooks. 17.373.
Oh, there you go. Well, his best was a 17.369, so he was close to his best. Sitting 9th on the chart, 32 cars. I think it is now. 32 cars so far. Has taken some times here today.
35 have checked in with a transponder. So we just talked about the 3 cars have yet to see. Aguilar, Bear, and Whitaker.
Yep. Bubble is still right now. Charlie Hargraves, 74 machine, 17.722 as Jesse Tunney returns in the 57. And once again, 104 laps is
Mark Tunney, probably.
It's still Mark Tunney there on top of the fellow winning the practice session.
Of course, he's got a little bit loftier goals this weekend.
Yep.
Slightly higher. Jesse Tunney back out. Matt Smith sliding it in there.
There you go. What'd that do to him?
17.472.
And that was no help. His best was 17.454. So close to being a better one. But
he might have put about 6 laps on those tires that one lap, though, the way he slid in there. He's certainly giving it his all.
Looks like he's going to try another one here. Swings on around to the right-hander there.
That looked like the beginning of a lap.
Let's see. No, it just doesn't look fast on that one.
That looks more of a racy type of a lap.
Is Doug Gray getting ready to make his way back out onto the racetrack in the 3rd? Nope, that's not going to be a qualifying run.
Speaking of guys that race well, Doug Gregg.
Yeah, 18-1. Doug Gregg back on the track, the number 33 machine. Best lap so far, 17th best at a 17.545.
Even a couple 3 years ago where Doug had 2 races in a row where he had to come from the alternates line to complete over 400 laps. You just can't stop him no matter where he starts.
And the other catch, he's one of those, he doesn't stop. Even if something goes wrong, goes back in pits, gets the crew on it, back out there, do the laps.
We were having a discussion the other day about how much longer Doug's going to shoot at running this 3-hour figure 8 endurance race. He's getting ready to make his 36th start. He said his kids want him to run 40 of these, and Doug says, I don't know, 36 right now sounds like a lot.
He's going to kind of almost keep pace with him, 74-1 machine of Steve Frost.
Steve is 1 start behind him. These two have the most starts in the history of the World Figure 8 Championship. Steve 1 race behind Doug Gregg for the all-time record for starts.
And of course, Steve kind of made his name his first time out was driving his street stocker.
Yeah.
And getting in through one of the qualifying races into the starting field. Back we used to have so many cars, we actually ran some 25-lap qualifying races just to make the main. We just have to run special races even for the out-of-towners. It's getting tough there to get enough out-of-towners into the show. But Steve Frost got like 5th place in one of those qualifiers in his street stocker.
But the 2 most experienced 3-hour figure 8 endurance race drivers of all time are currently on the track at the same time. That's pretty cool. 35 starts for Doug Gregg, 34 starts for Steve Frost.
And we've got 31 or 32 for Whitaker at this point.
Somewhere in there. The next guy on the list is Leonard Basham.
Basham's still up there, yeah.
And Bill Tunney Jr. just behind them. Yep. So those all have over 30 starts in the event.
And now we're talking Bill's kid Ben there is approaching.
Ben is on 23, I think, off the top of my head. Actually, I got these pages open right here. I can tell you. In my little cheat sheet. Ben Tunney, yes, 22 currently. 22 current starts. And those are all consecutive.
Steve Frost, 30th so far out of the 32. Best lap in 18.601. For a car that he's been bringing back to these big races here for the last, 10 years now, I think, on this car. Had its share of grief.
This actually Steve's first day on the track since last year's 3-hour figure 8 endurance race.
Yep.
This year, the first ever Jake's 150 that he's missed. He had a 24-race starting streak in that event and didn't make it out this year.
They were working on it, but the mechanical issues right at the last minute, they just could not get it to fire up and come out to the track, so they had to.
Yeah, they had to call it a day.
Yep. We still keeps handling the racing, though. Of all things, it's in the kitchen over at Circle City. Yeah. For one thing, Magic Concessions there.
We were hoping here sometime in the near future we would see his grandson, Stevie Frost, jumping on board. He had some good runs in a Ford a couple of years back in the figure 8, so maybe someday soon we'll see him out here.
Stevie, another part of the crew over there at Circle City, the dirt track there. That's Charlie Hargrave's number 74 machine, and the 0 of Matt Johnson back on.
Less than an hour remains in this World Figure 8 practice. Got 13 already signed in for the street stocks. 14 signed in for the mini outlaws. And still early, but 12 signed in for the Fords, including Jacob Robertson.
Jacob Robertson returns. The Ford's course going to have that one special event there for the cars already locked in from the August 16th rain out. They get to run their special race for themselves, right off the first event here for tonight. Then the bike race, then the first round of qualifying. Then his mini outlaws. Did I get that right? And mini outlaws, yep. And then the second round of qualifying. And then the street stock figure 8, Ford figure 8 to wrap it up. Have the concert set up and have some fun here at the track afterwards and get things ready for tomorrow. Anybody shaking the tree right now? John Carlson comes back out in the 5.0 machine. Robbie Greenwell now on the bubble. The 40 of Robbie Greenwell sits on the bubble. Mike Hadley, one spot out. This could get interesting here as we start looking. And right now the bubble speed is at a 17.687. 17.687. Which is a bubble time as opposed to speed.
And I'll look and see what the bubble spot was last year for the 20th position.
Probably like the 17.3 or 4, I thought.
It was a 17.605.
Wow, but slower than I thought.
So we're still comparable, like we've been talking earlier, from last year's times, even though it was a totally different tire. And also something to mention, last year they were still allowed to run 12-inch wheels.
Yep.
They're on 10-inch wheels exclusively now, so a little narrower of a rim, but still a tire. But last year was an 8-inch tire on a 12-inch wheel. Now we've got a 9-inch tire on a 10-inch wheel. So it's amazing it's still in the same ballpark of times. So.
Carlson in the 50 machine. Where's he at? Oh, he's about 26 right now and out of the top 20 spots, obviously. 17.973 for his best lap. Matt Johnson, 0 ride. The OJ sitting 17th on the charts, 17.499, his best. That was about 10 laps ago. And who else is left out there? Mark Tunney back returns, 17.125, his best. 6 quick for the day so far. Towards 108 lap of practice for Mark. He leads the field right now. That to me, that's and I, I'm not wishing luck on my Cuzzo here, but that's, I'm getting nervous.
That's telling me that they think they got a good car, not a great car. They're still trying to dial it in to their liking.
Yep, they're trying to find something in there. And honestly, not happy to not be the fastest one out. 17.125, 17.450 that last time, but that 125 still stands, and that was over 50 laps ago now.
Yeah, and they're going to not sit on their hands. They're going to work hard trying for sure.
They have not.
That's just what they do.
But in the past 50 laps, they have not improved on that last best time. So I don't know if they're working themselves out of where they need to be.
Well, and now at this point, with that one set of practice tires, they're still chasing something, and they're not having the rubber maybe to go with it for speed. The rubber's good and lasting, but not the quick time.
And that's part of the deal with racing. People always talk about how, asphalt racing is not like dirt. You don't have to adjust. You don't have things going different. No, every square inch of this track gets different. Every square inch of tire you got is different. It changes moment to moment. And that's really every form of racing. No matter how much you may want to put your nose up to a midget racer or a go-karter, every last little bit of the mechanics still work. Physics still work.
Yep.
Corey Harmon out in his number 17. Mike Hadley in number 4.
Yeah, and Hadley's one we've been wondering where his times have been.
He's at 21st. He's basically outside the bubble speed right now. 17.796, his best lap. And that's 21st best out of the field so far. So he's a bit off the mark. Ben Tunney returns in number 5, sitting 3rd quick so far today.
And Hadley, I think when we looked it up earlier, I think the worst he ever qualified was 14th.
Yep.
So
Carlson, 17.858 for his best laps, 22nd.
I think Carlson just hopes to get into the show because he's a much better racer than he is a qualifier. So get into the show and then take off from there.
I guess we can start some of our dark horses now. We figure going to make it in, and a couple of stars there. Obviously, we're going to see Kevin Brooks, pretty solid right at this point, 9th out on the speed charts. I don't really have any more of our rookies really looking super strong other than Race Loving, 19th, just barely. Oh, Matt Johnson, I guess 17th there for Matt Johnson, looking pretty good.
Yeah, but almost every year, Tori, when we do this lock-in thing, there's always a couple of folks that we point out and that make the top 20 that we were kind of surprised on.
Yep.
And then there's always a couple of folks that don't make it in that we were like, wow, I can't believe they didn't make it, sort of thing. Because those times are so tight and because a 10th makes such a difference here and there.
Connie Garrigus, the 4th returns in the G4. He is currently way down the time charts. Again, talked previously about the struggle that team's had getting up to speed here.
Something else we're going to find out here, if you're looking to make mock qualifying runs here in the last 30 minutes or so, the track always gets super busy as everybody knows that time's running out. So the space for you to make those mock qualifying runs will get smaller and smaller as more and more cars pile out on the track as they know time starts running out on this main practice session.
Now, the other thing I find interesting when you stop to think about it, because we're talking about how to do that special groove to get that good time. Coming straight down that line, the right-hand line there leading up to the flag stand turn. They keep you right and tight to that marker and then yank it on over. And one, hope you miss the marker. And two, get her woed up and to the right enough. But the shortest distance to the transponder line.
Yeah.
It messes. You only get one shot at that. You can't do that twice in a row. Whereas the old bonsai stuff, you can take that extra swing there, like a race lap, and do 2 of them back to back. And the last one, of course, you throw down and spin sideways. But it doesn't mess you up on the second one.
Yeah, and when you have 6-8 cars on the track with you, you think you've timed that just right. But then if you miss it, and then it misses that flat lap, and that means you're probably not going to get another one in that run right there.
Hi, you're talking to the folks in the booth here at the Indianapolis Speedrome, where we found your phone, so you may want to bring it around. Are you Miss Macy, the owner of the phone? Nope, we're up the score tower. Making fun of her phone all day long. Okay, bye. Bring food. You may have found the owner of the missing phone. Okay.
That was not a bit, folks.
At the time it's been up there, she's collected 2 more Snapchat notifications. Let's see.
Probably somebody saying, hey, your phone's upstairs.
No more TikTok notifications, however.
Oh, that's went dormant.
But Misty Macy come to the rescue on the phone.
Nice.
All right.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program.
And Race Loving on the bubble, 17.577. I missed that one. Greenwell out. And 17.577 now is the projected bubble. As Troy Hughes out there cruising along, 22 machine, 4th quick. His best has been a 17.074. And joined by Race Loving in the 15 machine.
Loving sort of bonsaiing it in right there.
Let's see, did it do him any good? Nope. 17.991.
He had the line, but he really wasn't fully committed on the throttle.
Dylan Douth makes his way back onto the racetrack, the 21D machine, 14th quick so far today with a 17.415 for his best lap.
And I think he'd be happy if that's where he ended up qualifying. And somewhere right in there, 10 to 20.
And he's going to be joined by Tommy St. John, who currently sits 12th on the chart with a 17.374 for Tommy St. John in the number 29 machine for the ball carter.
He's hoping to get a premium grade here today on his qualifying attempt.
I'll tell you what. And we're going to get printed up all the special awards. Is that available on the Speedrome website, or where can they go to find all the special awards you've got?
Speedrome.com.
Speedrome.com.
There is a page for the World Figure 8 Championship on the Speedrome.com website. It lists the agenda for the whole weekend. It lists all the prices and those times. It has the prize money chart on it. We've also posted that in the past on the social media, and it also has the rules for the event and the rain check policy and some other things. Plus, you can look at the results from every single 3-hour figure 8 race that's ever been held on that same World Figure 8 Championship page.
And now, checking out the peanut gallery here on the feed. How many cars registered? Well, we got...
it's closing in on 40.
40. Johnny Jr. running. No, Johnny Hargraves Jr., his 74 cars can be driven by Dustin Huntz at this point. His main ride suffering disastrous injury failure towards the end of the season. He had to go to a backup car to finish up the season. He will not be in this one. They're going to save that rookie status for the next go-round. Signals ready. Rookies are Brooks and Lepedo only. No. We're going to have Matt Johnson, Race Loving, Daniel Norman. I have to keep it formal. Then, of course, Lepedo and Brooks and Dustin himself, Dustin Hunt, also in that rookie chase, as well as fellow having a pretty good run out there, Aaron Moore in the K9 Hound Hauler. Sean Moore, thank you. And also right now, Curtis Humans had that number 11 machine with the rear end failure. Hopefully get that back in the race.
Yeah, I'd be anxious to see what the diagnosis is now that they've had, half hour or so to crawl around underneath that 11 machine and have a few other of the folks there from Florida analyze what's going on and see what we can do. I'd like to know on that.
Yep. What's going on with Steve Durham, he's asking.
That's another one I'm sort of forgot. He damaged his 3D machine in the 1 hour race and is supposed to be piloting Andy Shirley's number 44 here tonight. Yep. Steve said he was going to bring both cars, but we have yet to see him all weekend. Yep. And Steve has taken over the property here just down the street, the former home of Tunney Auto Service, and he's got a auto service business going on there now himself, so he's been keeping things over there. So he's just down the street here. But at least us up here in the booth haven't seen him. He could be in the pit area right now, but he just hasn't checked in. I'll get a last look here at the My Race Pass app and see if he's joined the party. No, not just yet. And Steve's the one that doesn't miss this race either. So we got him lurking around. Ricky Puckett in the mix, got tires already picked out in the barn for him. Yep. And Steve Durham's already picked out his tires as well, too. So,
and Kitty Anderson asking, will Donnie Gerges race in the old 77 lime green car?
We've not heard anything about DG3, and normally he lets us know when he's coming. And I'd be anxious to see the last time maybe he missed the race. Let me see if I can dig that out.
As Mike Hadley returns in the number 4 ride. Best start now sitting 8th on the speed charts with 17.238. Matt Smith is out there in the 87. And Smith 15th on speed chart with 17.454. I think somebody just changed Hadley. I think 17.238. Yep, Mike Hadley just scored himself a 17.2. Now that had a little bit to go. He sits 8th. If I saw somebody move up on the charts a little bit.
77, Adonai Garrigus,
Tommy St. John,
third, has 27 career starts in the race. The last time he did not race in the 3-hour figure 8 was 1998.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt there, Corey.
No, that's fine because we did see Tommy St. John has improved a little bit. 10th quick now, 17.269, 17.269. And I guess at this point we can pretty much consider 17.2 should be safe. Well, can we think maybe?
Yeah.
Should be safe to make it in. If you can do a 17.2, you should be able to make it in the starting 20.
And where 17.2 lands you, it could be 5th, it could be 15th.
Yeah.
But that's how close a lot of these times are going to be during qualifying.
Yep. So 10 guys 17.2 or better, 17.269 or better. 17.269 for Tommy St. John, 17.263 for Chad Sizemore, 17.238 for Michael Hadley. And a bunch of 17.1, 17 aughts.
Because my guess is we're going to have 4 or 5 people maybe in the 16s. And then you're just going to have a whole lot of folks from an 17.0 through 17.2 or 3 that are going to occupy the majority of that top 20. And then it's going to be shaky from there, whether you're on the right side or the wrong side of the 20th position.
Mark Tunney back out in the number 3 machine. He has so far 114 laps of practice, the most of anybody here today. I'm looking for anybody even close to that. And I've got Hargraves at 84 for Matt Smith, who always loves to practice. 80 for Race Loving.
Where's Daniel Norman at on there? He had a lot of laps early on.
He's not been able to get any up to speed yet, and I don't know if they. Let's see. Which one?
I remember him having a lot of laps early on.
I don't think.
Austin Tunney back out for the first time in quite a while. Wonder if that was just them chilling out back there, or whether they've made some major changes to this car.
Let's see. Norman has 70 laps. Sean Moore, 70 laps.
And that 70 laps, he hasn't been out in, maybe 45 minutes or so.
Let's see. Mark Tunney, 17.125, just did a 17.411.
Now that Austin's back out, let's see if he tees up maybe a quick lap here.
Yep.
Brooks back out on the track as well, along with Dylan Douthit.
Stenmeter in the number 23 machine as pointed out, sitting 7th on the charts with 17.196. And that came, about an hour and a half ago?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. He hasn't even turned hardly a lap since then.
Nope.
That's why I'm thinking maybe they dialed up something here for a qualifying mock run.
Another 17.5 for Mark Tunney. He's having no problems racing around all day long, 17.4s and 5s, but boy, just getting
So he's going to be happy with that, race running. He's just a little off of his qualifying effort so far.
Yep.
Austin with a 17.5 there, just getting back up to speed.
Loving still the guy on the bubble, 17.577. Right across the bow, the 3 of Brooks.
17.4 that time, even though he had to avoid a car at the intersection.
Yep.
A bonsai run right there for Mike Hadley. That was a 17.1 for Mike Hadley.
There you go. That's what Hadley was needing right there. Pumps him up to 7th quick.
He bonsai'd it in there, too.
17.187 for Hadley.
There's a 17.2 right there for Austin Tunney, 2.61.
Not quite as good as his best with a 17.196, but I'm sure he'll take that one. And Kevin Brooks not doing too sloppy there, 17.369. His best lap came about an hour ago earlier in practice. Takes a look, takes that run down that, kind of close that right-hand side. Not really what he wants to be, 17.407.
Not too shabby.
Close to his best is 17.369.
There's another 5 for Mark, like clockwork.
Yep. So I guess if we can goose it just right, empty track, everything comes together, the dream can stay alive, but...
he might be just concentrating on those race runs. As you mentioned, that was his 125th lap right there.
Corey Harmon returns in the number 17. Speaking of time, we got about a half hour remaining here. We're down to happy hour here at the Indianapolis Speedrome, getting ready for wrap up hot laps practice session for the 49th round of the World Championship 3-hour figure endurance race. Hoop, hoop, hoop. 49 years of this thing. When it first started, we did, I guess we did do qualifying the first day and then race the second. Of course, then we had to, and this is in 77, the cold weather came in and it was cold. It was nasty.
Yeah, we have one picture on the wall down there in the pit office, and you could see the folks on the backstretch with their big, heavy winter coats on.
It was very nice. I remember just freezing my idol took us off. Didn't have a whole lot of duties at that point. I was still one of the junior members of the crew, so to speak. My job was all during the week long, cooking popcorn and cleaning and sweeping and that sort of thing. And, of course, race day ran around with the mascot costume. We'll talk about that costume, though. Don't remind me of that costume. Don't call in to talk about the costume either.
No flashbacks.
Austin Tunney, what was that one? That was a 19 and change. Nope, nothing.
Yeah, he had ran a little bit of a bonsai the lap before that, so he had to kind of throw that one away.
Yep, also another one. Oh, and Harmon's got to be concerned. 17.470, 17th on the speed charts.
Yeah, he might creep down into that danger zone.
Yep. Douthit back out again, 21D arrived, 14th on the chart, 17.415. But,
anything at 3, 4, 5, is going to be teetering on one side of the 20th spot or another. Yep. Probably here later on.
You've been looking for your hero all day long. Pete Bear returns at number 24.
Nice. Pete got a ton of practice laps last night.
Yep.
So I think maybe he was just waiting to get back out here. Pete kind of under-budgeted folks out here, so maybe didn't have a lot of tires, to stand on. So speaking of that situation, when we finish this practice here at 6 o'clock and then we go over to the practice for the other 3 divisions running tonight, then we'll have that short 20-minute session or so where the Outlaws will get a chance to take those tires from impound, come out and get them scuffed, and that'll be their last opportunity on the track before those 2 qualifying attempts this evening. So,
and it's also decision time. Do you go with your new scuffs? Do you go with the tried and true?
Well, your decision really is at that time whether to scuff the tires or to qualify on stickers. Okay. That's really your 2 main choices. There may be some lower guys on the end that will try to run something that they've got. But in general, probably about 95% of the field will take those tires and scuff them a lap or 2 or qualify on stickers. Because with getting 2 attempts this evening, even if you qualify on stickers, that first attempt will sort of serve as a scuff session for the second attempt if it doesn't work out. So interesting strategy, and that depends on driver, car, all kinds of conditions as well. And by then, Tori, the sun should be down as well, so go in and throw in another variable.
Yep, track should be cooled down quite a bit. Man, that's going to make it kind of interesting here as we go on through bump time. Charlie Hargraves out there, number 74, not doing too bad here, 12th on the charts, 17.371. Dylan Douthit, as mentioned before. 21D has just been pretty solid, 17.402 and 13th quick. Obviously, proof is going to be in the pudding when we can finally get her done. Pete Bear, once again, as you mentioned, getting his first couple laps here today, as that's another team that has sat out 2025 and coming out just for this big race, as Troy Hughes returns in the 22, 4th quick so far, 17.074 for Troy Hughes.
Got someone asking about track tunes, Tori. I know you had it on earlier, but I think we had an internet blip for a second, which must have knocked it out.
Oh, man. Speedrome. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention. Here it comes. Little swirly disc. Don't do the update or you'll barely pit. Oh, can't say that. Hey, we're a 10-year-old computer.
17.398 for Troy Hughes.
Well, that's actually going backwards at 17.074 is bestie.
And here comes Mark Tunney out for some more laps.
Oh, man. 128 laps. That's more than Doug Riddle, your practice winner last night, completed.
Yeah. Well, he's had a little more time today. Last night was a 90-minute session, remember?
Yeah, that's true.
17.5 for Troy Hughes there. He's got a lot of laps on those skins.
Don't forget our good friends out there at the Indy Screen Print Trail. Got you covered. We got concessions open all around the place. Got you taken care of there. Brooks kid's still doing pretty good. 11th quick, 17.369. Looks like it's holding up so far. Mark Tunney, 17.5. Again, still have no problems racing 17.5. Has not been able to get it under that 17.126 though for quite some time. And Pete Bear super slow. Oh, he's just heading for the gate though. I was worried it might have been more than that because on the wrong side to make a safe run to the gate, but it does so.
Yep, him waiting patiently for those guys to go by.
Has his blinker on.
Here we go. One of the zero machines back out. That's Jillian Lepedo. Only got 5 laps, it says here on the transponder.
She's not been able to. Well, remember she didn't have transponder the first session. She did about 10 laps right off the bat.
That's true. So she's probably around 20-ish, maybe.
So 26 on the charts there. Best lap has been a 17.913. So she's.
I don't think she's really made any sort of bonsai runs either. So we'll see how that goes. We've not gotten a super chance to see her qualify too many times so far here at the Speedrome.
She came out. She went back off again.
Yeah, she did.
Disappeared off again. Ben Tunney out in the number 5 machine, sitting third on the speed chart, 17.036. His best. Whoa, crossover. As Corey Harmon had to keep an eye there on Troy Hughes coming through.
Well, as we mentioned, when the times start ticking down, the guys will feel the pressure of that clock. And if they're needing to get in some quality laps, they're going to get out of here. And if you're on one of those hot laps, you're not going to want to wait for someone at the intersection. But you still need to be careful because you got a lot of racing to do this weekend. There's a quick one. Troy Hughes, 17.100.
No, it's just a little bit off his best. But, yep.
I thought that was his best, but that's a good call just off of it.
3/100ths of a second behind his best one, so still some good laps for Hughes. This is
17.368 for Mark Tunney, that last pass.
Yep. And as Doug Riddle comes back out in number 21, I don't know if Doug can make up all those 60-some-odd laps now.
Yeah, well, they're having to switch him, too, because of the transponder swap-a-roo, so these are going to be probably fresh laps for Doug Riddle. Troy, another bonsai run in there. That one nowhere near as good.
And everybody tiptoeing the crossover that time.
Yeah, you first. No, you first. No, you first. Won't be none of that courtesy going on here tomorrow evening.
Nope. 27.025. Oh, that doesn't count there. So now I guess we'll be curious to see if indeed what Doug Riddle can do. Your connection was interrupted. Oh, come on. Connect us, interrupt us here.
Yeah. I think I had that once. Took a pill for it.
We had Riddle listed.
Well, remember they did the switch transponder situation, so they just now logged him in on a new transponder.
Right, but he was doing a 17.480 previously listed for his best. I think they're counting laps now on him.
I think those laps got transferred over to Kevin Brooks because he ended up with that transponder, remember?
Nope, they got 2 Doug Riddles now.
Oh, okay.
He's now running 30
That's a scary thought, 2 Doug Riddles.
2 Doug Riddles, yep. So his one that's newest one.
Doug will be looking for 2 paychecks at the pay window tomorrow
night. He's up to 30th quick at 18.584. Let's try the restore button, see if that helps. There's my track 2.
Too bad somebody didn't leave a laptop in the women's bathroom. We could have used it.
Go all say. Stream. Swirly disc. Swirly disc. All right, the new Doug Riddle still sitting 30th, 6 laps completed. His best been 18.492. As Dustin Hunt returns in number 74 machine.
24 minutes rain as Dustin Hunt barely got through the intersection there.
Yep, 22 machine. Troy Hughes off the track. Still sitting at that fourth quick, 17.074. Top 5 still is going to be Jeffrey Shackelford, Dalton Connor, Ben Tunney, Troy Hughes, and Jesse Tunney. Mark Tunney, 1 spot out, 6th quick, followed by Michael Hadley, Austin Tunney, Chad Sizemore. Tommy St. John sitting 10th so far today. Kevin Brooks, Charlie Hargraves, Dylan Douthit, Mike Riddle Jr., Mike Riddle, and Matt Smith running 15th quick so far today. Then Doug Gregg, Corey Harmon, Doug Riddle, Matt Johnson, Race Loving right now on the bubble with a 17.577.
3 of our fastest 4 cars right now have never been on the pole for this race, so could have a first-time pole sitter and pick up that $250 from our friends at the Brass Flamingo.
And all those guys are old enough to go too. If it's Brooks, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, we may have a problem of legality if Kevin Brooks wins the pole award. He might have to just take second place.
Well, I think Brad would gladly take that for him.
Yeah. Take one for the team.
The interesting story that goes to be the last time we had one of those gentlemen's clubs, they sent an interesting graphic to be used. Unfortunately, we kind of had to redo the graphic because we had to turn something into a microphone. Let's put it that way on the graphic.
I thought you were saying it resembled something you saw on a mud flap.
Well, we also had one that they sent in once, and it is a curvaceous young lady, or we assume a young lady, is done in silhouette, but holding a we'll call it a bathing suit top. And we decided it was best to be family friendly and airbrush that part out and just have the curvaceous young lady. Swirly disc, swirly disc, swirly disc. Come on, you.
Tori's over there on the spinning wheel trying to get that thing going.
Spinning wheel. Got to load up.
One of my favorite groups.
What are we doing with 74 of Dustin Hunt? He's not the slowest so far.
No, and he's
32nd, but getting the time in. This is good. Also, in that port, Dustin, he's offhand, over the last 20, 30 years, he's done a couple things here on the track and some, I think he was a bomber figure 8 class at one point, and a Roadrunner car for a little bit, a few other strays.
But I think he would admit this may be one of his most ambitious situations he's had so far. But I like these getting out here and getting laps.
Yep. Race Loving in the 15 machine, any improvement?
And actually, that was an 18.5 for Dustin Hunt, one of his better orbits around here.
Gets him up to 31 on the charts, 18.532, his best lap so far.
Yeah, and I think at this point, he's not looking for speed. He's looking for comfort in his car because he's wanting to turn some laps here tomorrow night. Not just because he's probably not a threat to get into the top 20 here this evening, but he's working on getting some familiarity with that machine.
Let's see. Speaking of which, if I can do it, let's try a restart.
Tori's trying to get some familiarity with that machine over there.
I'll try doing it. I refuse to reboot because one thing we learned on that one: don't reboot, son.
Yeah, it may never start again.
Exactly. What was that 17 machine for Carmen?
17.595. Kind of bonsai'd it in there, but that's nowhere near his best.
17.470. Still sitting 17. He's another one that's close to that bubble speed. He's going to have to watch himself.
Yeah. He's going to have Spider Boy get to work on that.
I think the boy's supposed to be out here. Once he got done with school today, he's doing Spider Boy's doing pretty good in schools.
Yeah, I forgot
minding his manners.
I forgot that it is Friday. It always feels like Saturday, but yeah, he's got to journey up from school. Dalton Connor, first time we've seen him in quite a while.
I'll say 39 laps for him, and his 14th was a 16.999 for his best run. It's been an hour and 36 minutes he's been on the track.
Probably had a nice lunch there.
World Figure 8 practice and qualifications. Love that they use the graphic going back a couple of decades on that one with my dad's old pictures. In fact, that might even be a Robbie Scorion's artwork on that. Cousin Robbie. And stream. And start.
Connor's still working up to speed. That was only a 17.8 right there.
Audio connection. Come on, audio connection. Here we go. Audio quality and authorization and go live. We are live. Welcome, Track Tune fans all across the planet. Especially you, Gary Bergen. Hope you're enjoying the be able to hear us on the track tune system as Jim Lepedo returns in the zero machine.
Or Miss Arrington.
Yes, there you go, Mama Arrington and Grandpa Arrington and all the other little baby Arringtons.
He's been in the pits for a while. Surprised we didn't hear from him on the track tune situation.
I know.
He's usually poking us in the ribs on that deal.
They're usually pounding on the door saying, where the heck are you? 74 Charlie Hargrave. Oh, wait, what's this here in black and white? It is the 44 machine. Shirley Bird into house. And that should be, well, we got to make sure to get it registered, but that should be your man. Is that going to be the bull? Steve Durham. All in black, no less. Boy, oh boy, he's making it look good, doesn't he?
Yep, they're going to type him in right here into the transponder bank.
Of course, this is an older car. It's before they had color. And so, you know.
Steve drove this car actually once early this year and finished 5th in a figure 8 here at the track. This car mostly piloted by Todd Shelby when it was brand new.
In the day, yeah.
It's a Doug Gregg car. Had some modifications to it since then, but Andy Shirley, the owner.
It's been a community bicycle a couple of times over the years. Shelby, of course, had it and off and on. Would load it out as a backup for Doug, I know, a couple times.
Yep. So, but you know, Steve, a very capable pilot. You know, yep. he likes to finish up there front, always fast. But this might not be the best qualifying car. I'm not sure for him. But
18.274. He's trying to get her up to speed. So we have now seen Steve Durham. That makes 33 cars so far. With the two Doug. Well, let's see. Did they get rid of my other Doug Riddle?
Well, there's 36 that have gotten a transponder.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check that.
I think they kept the other. Yeah, they kept both Doug Riddles in at this point.
Well, 36 have picked up a transponder, and I know we have 2 or 3 that will be Saturday-only cars. Mm-hmm. So we're right up on that 40 number.
With one of Doug's old cars on the track, here comes Doug's current car in the 33 machine making his way out.
Durham shook that car down and probably going in to make another quick adjustment, but he's not going to have a lot of time here. About 15 minutes left to go in this big opening practice, and then, of course, he's going to have that 20-minute scuff session.
Yep. We're going to try, and there he goes heading for the gate there. Pete Bear on the 24. She came out briefly, heads back to the gate as well.
That's also a Doug Gregg car, so with Doug Gregg on track, we kind of had a little Doug Gregg chassis session there.
And interesting, we tried to get a conversation going about heritage and lineage on some of the Speedrome race cars because, you know, we talk about Tunney cars, T8 cars with Bruce Tunney and company. We talk about Smith cars from down in Sportsdrome. We talk about Doug Gregg cars. Unfortunately, so many, you know, they've been around now for maybe a dozen years and reworked with some people. You know, talk about their lineage, talk about their pedigree. It's kind of like talking about the kids in the pits there. We're not sure who the parents are at this point.
Yeah.
Because they've just been around forever and hanging out with everybody.
Yeah, and 15-year-old figure 8 cars are just as fast as the new ones. And,
yep.
But like if you mentioned, some of those folks maybe had a new front clip or a rear clip put on from somebody that wasn't the original manufacturer. So, you know, some of them are kind of hybrids of deals, sort of a mutt type of situation. Connor comes out and quickly heads back in.
Didn't really got much. Well,
he ran a 2, though, right before he pulled back in.
2.50, so yeah, respectable. Doug Gregg in the number 33 machine, currently sitting 16th now, 17.467, his best lap.
Probably the oddest stat of Doug Gregg's stat-filled career was that he was on the pole for this race once, which Doug's never been known as a qualifier. So in that weekend, he became the first driver to ever win the qualifying race, start on the pole, and win the 3-hour. So kind of a jackpot weekend there for Doug Gregg.
And now here you go for your bump time now. Bump car is the OJ. That's going to be Matt Johnson because Jim Lepedo bumped him back a hair.
Nice.
Matt Johnson sits on the bubble for 17.499. Lepedo 17.496.
Looking for a little zero hero bragging rights.
It is right there. And so now we're under sub 17.5 to make the top 20 as it stands.
Yeah, and as we talked about all day, you know, they're gonna squeeze another 10th out of that during their qualifying effort. So it's going to be tight. Might be just a 4 to get into the top 20.
Now, here's the other problem. They're going to have to decide what they're going to do. In 18th position, you have the 21 of Doug Riddle. That's the old incorrect, not sure, as apparently may have been a Brooks transponder, but it's shown still for Doug Riddle, sitting 18th. This Doug Riddle version here hasn't been able to get up to speed yet, even make the top 26.
The all-new and exciting Doug Riddle.
It was. So somebody's going to have to make an executive decision. Can you count that earlier one that may have been a transponder issue?
Well, fortunately, these laps don't count for anything official.
Okay.
But for them analyzing their times and stuff, it may create a little confusion for some of the competitors and themselves. But
because this version of Doug Riddle's having trouble getting past the 18 twos or threes.
They may need to replace him with the old Doug Riddle.
I'll tell you what, I'll be looking for old Doug Riddle at this point. And like I said, our scoring board is going to figure out what they're going to do with that. Do the math, and did they take him out? Nope, he's still there.
Yeah, it's hard to separate one from the other.
So we have the Siamese twins, the Doug Riddle twins here.
They're conjoined. Separated at birth.
All right, best looking car contest from the Peanut Gallery. Let's see.
There's a lot of good candidates for that.
Show 57. Okay, that 5 looks dang. Okay, best looking car 74 of Hard. That's an interesting one.
That's a good one.
74 of Hargraves, the 57 machine.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and the 5 of Ben Tunney.
That's a good
Sean
one.
Latham, like the 29 of Tommy St. John's.
Clean and classic.
Yeah, and the 28 of Shackelford.
Oh yeah, same way, clean and classic. Yep. I'm still getting used to the roof. That's still hard for me to understand. Not that I don't like the roof. It's just Jeffries usually doesn't have a roof.
Yep. Uh-oh, I just spotted my first Jacob Robertson shirt here in the stands. Look out. Look out. You might want to alert security.
Very popular young man and a good racer. I think he's second in the modified figure 8 points at the Speedrome Speedway, along with winning a whole bunch of Ford figure 8s down there. As Pete Bear, Kevin Brooks, and Troy Hughes occupy the track. Hughes just turned a 17.453, a little bit off his quick time, but pretty good for all these laps on his tires. And then quickly departs. Nope, he's still there. Troy making another bonsai run right there, 17.240. So he's a guy that's going to be in the mix for the top half of the top 10. Kevin Brooks' laps these last few times in the mid-17 range. Troy with another pretty good one, 17.363. Teammate Brooks with a 17.7 on that circuit. Seven. 17.4 flat for Troy Hughes that time. Pete Bear trying to work his time a little bit down as well, but working on a race run currently. Let's check our time once again, like 10.5 minutes left here in the 3-hour all skate for the Outlaw figure 8 cars. Want to let you folks know in the pit area that we need to have the mini Outlaws stand by. Mini Outlaws stand by. Your figure 8 practice is not too far down the road. Don't come to the gate just quite yet, but just about 10 minutes away as we're having another car rejoin the field. That's someone we haven't seen in quite a while. That's the 55 machine of Daniel Norman returning to the track. It's been just a little over an hour since we've seen Norman on the speedway. So we'll see what kind of laps he's ready to turn here as his return is being made. Another car pulling to the gate as well.
Yeah, all kinds of people coming out here in the closing minutes. That's going to be Lepedo once again. Norman, one of those is going to be one of the fun stories here of your rookie chase, Scott. I tell you what,
he's one that may sneak into the qualifying too.
I think so. Let's see. His best so far, maybe one of a guy. Let's see.
Going to need some work, but still.
You figure this is his first. He's only second day in the car, 30th quick, 18.330. 18.330 is best lap so far.
Yeah, he might be a guy that might be able to dial in tomorrow and sneak into that top 28.
But I think they are going to have decision time. He's got a very nice car. We know that. He knows that as well. John Connor himself had sold to him just last week and was shocked to find out they were at the track already yesterday.
Yeah.
That they were ready to go racing. And are they going to have some rough edges? Yes, but I got to give credit. He's obviously a wheelman. No problems adjusting into getting used to this car.
Yeah, and I think he's been concentrating on familiarity, as we've been talking about all day, and he's seemed to have done that.
And then he's got decision time coming up. You know, he's going. Does he go now? And you can straighten me out on this one. Should he go ahead and qualify, but never start? Is he still eligible?
Yes.
For the rookie chase? There we go.
If you come out on the track after the clock starts tomorrow for the 3-hour figure eight, whether it be from the starting field or the alternates line, even if you don't complete a lap, but you come out on track, and we've had several, in the past.
Chris Gert.
Barry Tabor.
Yep.
Came out the gate and not completed a lap.
Yep.
They were still, that blew their eligibility because they entered the 3-hour figure eight endurance race.
Okay, because technically the green flag waves on the field. We had that discussion way back when, I think I want to say just a few years after the start, that technically when the green flag waves, because you can start from the pits, the entire field basically got the green flag. And then the only determination was if you come out, like I said, come out of that gate. Yeah. Because there were guys, even then, back in the days of 90 cars showing up.
Yeah, because it became an active race for those folks back there. They just haven't reached the point of their eligibility to enter the race, but they were still part of the event. But once they came out onto the track, they were a participant in the event.
Of course, one of the fun stories of one of the greatest non-participants in the event, Charlie Reed.
Yeah, I was just going to bring him up.
Came out, qualified. Oh. Getting the word is the other class is going to get ready for their hot lap session coming up here in just a few. Wow, try 5 minutes. Attention, Ford figure eight cars, Ford figure eight cars. You'll be up first for hot laps, but they're going to have you go across the scales before you come out for practice. Bring crew guys with you to push you off the scales. They don't want you taking off. Basically, what's been going on, the guy's been kind of like goosing it there on our scales and have actually broken the scales at least once. Eddie Van Meter himself was out here welding up and repairing the scales, but they're trying to prevent that from happening again. So attention to the pit area. They're asking that you please bring crewmen with you. You're going to go across the scales before your practice session. Before you go out for practice, go across the scales and bring crew people to push you off the scales. They do not want you driving under power when you leave the scales. So try to do that announcement a couple times there as we're looking once again at my bubble speed. Matt Johnson, 17.499. Out on the track right now, the 15 of Race Loving, who last I saw, he is sitting 21st, just one spot out of that bump, that bubble, so to speak. And did he just run his way in? 20. He did not. That's a 17.621. His best lap, 17.577. As Jill Lepedo returned into 19th right now. She's right on the bubble, 17.496. Just 3/1,000ths of a second, pardon me, ahead of Matt Johnson with that 17.499, sitting 12th on the speed charts. Oh, our buddy Daniel Norman had to check up just a touch out there in the Black Mariah 55. As Race Loving trying another hot lap, has he been able to get himself back up where he needs to be? Still 21st still. A 17.931 that time for the 15 of Loving. Is Steve Durham coming back out again? Am I seeing everything in black and white? Oh, the ink is black. The page is white. I had to sing that way back in middle school. And it is. Didn't we see a monster truck guy out of Johnson Sportsdrome wearing those colors a few years back? Mr. Axum, I believe it was.
It was Anson.
Anson, there
Derek
we go.
Anson.
Derek Anson. Axum was in the open wheels. Dealt with him with his monster truck and some of the stuff we did with the off-road things here.
Yeah, former Sonny Eaton Memorial Rookie of the
there
race.
There you go,
Derek
Anson. Yep. Had that black and white Hot Wheels ride that one year.
Yep.
And keeping an eye on that 17.499.
Less than 3 minutes left.
3 minutes, 3 minutes. Norman heads into the pits in the 55 machine. Best lap for the 55 of Norman. Where are you at, Chief?
That's right.
There you are, still 30th at an 18.147, 18.147. Steve Durham, see what he's got, 18.587, 17.855 is getting close. 24th, so he's just a few spots out of that transfer.
That's pretty good. He's only ran 8 laps.
Again, attention to the pit area, attention to the pit area, attention to the pit area. All your divisions, before you go out on practice, are going to go across our scales, the Tech Shack scales. Before you go out for practice, everybody, whoa, I see some smoking almost up to the wall.
He went up high there, kind of shoved it in there pretty heavy.
But attention to the pit area, attention to the pit area. All the divisions here coming up, still to come. The Ford Figure 8s, Mini Outlaws, and Street Stocks. Before your practice session, go across the scales, but bring some crew guys. They do not want you driving. They do not want you under power going off the scales. Basically, we had a couple guys goosed it, broke our scales there. We actually brought, of all people, Eddie Van Meter, probably one of the best welders you could ask for, showed up out here and put repairs on, did repairs to our scales with the welding, etc. But as advised, we cannot have these guys goosing it under power going off our scales. So asking that please, all guys, before you go out for your hot laps, before you go out for your practice session, in the stock division, the Ford division, and the Mini Outlaws, that you please bring a crewman or two to push you off the scales. You will not be under power when you leave the scales. They really don't want you under power going on scales. I've not heard the answer on that, but definitely do not want you goosing it. Do not want you taking off. Do not want you being under power going off their scales. Any improvements yet? Still Johnson there on the bubble. Corey Harmon, 17 machine.
Durham's clicked off a couple 17.9s.
Yeah, he's still got a ways to go. He's got himself a 17.841 for 23rd best. Corey Harmon is now in the danger zone. It's a 17.470 his best.
We're just seconds away here, I think, from catching the checkered flag here.
Yep, they were throwing the red flag. A couple guys, I think they're going to come out for one last run. But it looked like they were waving a red flag to him there on the on-track gate, wrapping this one up. I got one moving around. See if he thinks he's coming out. Whoa! So we got a little interesting there at the crossover. And
ironically, those two cars right there, those two cars, Harmon and Durham, had an accident at the intersection at Showtime Speedway about 5 or 6 years ago by themselves on the track.
Looks like Matt John's trying to come out for one last run, but they did the red flag on him.
Yep, that's it.
That's it. Red and checkers, it wraps up this practice session. That is it. Does that mean they're now going to release their cars, or release the tires?
They've got a drivers meeting here at 6:15.
Okay, World Figure 8 drivers meeting. World Figure drivers. All World Figure 8 drivers to the drivers meeting at this time. All World Figure 8 drivers to the drivers meeting at this time. Again, we're going to need a Ford cars, Ford Figure 8 cars, Ford Figure 8 cars to the scales first. Ford Figure 8 cars to the scales first before your practice session. And the officials are asking that you please bring crew people with you. They're going to not allow you to be under power when you leave the scales. I'd rather possibly not even coming on the scales, see what happened. But what was happening was we had a couple guys there basically putting under power, cranked our scales around, and we've done some welding, done some repairs. We don't want to take a chance of breaking them again, so we're asking that everybody not be under power when they go on the scales, and everybody's going to cross the scales before they come out to practice. Bring crewmen with you as you come across the scales before you go out to practice to push your car back off again, and that'll be fine. No, you don't have to push all the way around the track, but again, Ford Figure 8 cars, Ford Figure 8 cars, you're up for the first practice round. Ford Figure 8 cars, you're up for the first practice round. We need you guys to report to the scales first before your practice round, and bring some crew members with you to push the car off the scales. So give a holler out in the pits there. A couple folks I know sitting back in the dark nether regions there where the sound don't reach. But I'll try to shout it best I can. But we need Ford Figure 8 drivers to the scales, to the tech building at this time. You're going to go across the scales and bring crew members with you before you go off the scales. And I'm not sure if Pitt's got that instruction, but I've done my due diligence and we'll keep on rolling. Again, somebody did not get their phone, collect their phone, and she's up to 3 Snapchat notifications. Oh, my goodness. And 4 from Messenger, no less. Popular young lady. Zach Deitch is going to be out there in number 27 machine. His arch nemesis, maybe, and his former ride behind him there, the 2 machine of Michael Phipps. Then we have number 21, the Hammer, Harold Bruce. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, in the number 91, Jacob Robertson. Mothers, hide your daughters. Now, again, keep in mind that there will be the first Ford race will be exclusively for some speedromers who are here at an August 16th event that got rained out. Okay, were they not serious then about that whole going across the scales thing? Did you ask on the radio what they want? Because I don't want to make another announcement and then. Well, who's Jonah? Jacob Robinson right off the bat. It's going to be the Fast Cat, 20.898. Zach Deitch is in the 27D, though, 21667. Mike Phipps in the Orange Crush 2 Mobile, 22062. Andrew Brown, the 17, at 22098. And who did I miss? Billy Riddle, number 5, 21267. Might be Billy Riddle, but yeah, it probably is Billy Riddle. And not Tristan, who did not get a transponder. I've got one out there. Oh, my God, is that Raymond Johnson in the 0? It could be, actually. That's what terrifies the folks back home. I did not get identification on the 0 machine. Let's see if my race pass has the answer. And we'll try again. And so I'll go with outdoors in the shop. And that'd be Bo Johnson. There we go. The B.O. That's that really unfortunate set of initials there, Bo. But the B.O. of Bo Johnson in the white with pink numbers B.O. machine. So do not have a transponder on board the BO machine. So not sure where Johnson is on the charts. But it's Jacob Robertson so far is the Fast Cat. Moore's coming up to the gate. Looks like we're not going to worry about going across the scales. So we'll just keep on rolling from there. Okay. So cancel that whole deal about everybody going across the scales. But we'll let them sort it out in the pit area at this point. And my apologies to any Ford cars with getting confused with that one. So we'll just keep on keeping fine here up in the top in the tower. And it's going to be Jacob Robinson, my Fast Cat, 20674, about halfway through the run. Michael Phipps, just a little bit ago, did 20868. Billy Riddle in the 5 machine, 20951. Deaches was a 21.063. Andrew Brown, 21.601. And again, did not get a time on the BO ride of Bo Johnson or the 21 of the Hammer, Harold Bruce. So a couple cars missing their transponders on that go round. Try again here with another batch here on the Fords. Now it is just a hot lap session. The second round will be for qualifying purposes, so I want to make sure we get the transponders fixed out on those. Frank Hardcastle's number 11, the 24 of Adam Arrington, 6'2 of Hayden Garner, 31 of Justin Gully. He's got a working one. There is Alex Booby back out. Boy, he cleaned their clocks last night on the roundy round on the ovals. Number 31 of Paul Hartledge returns. Another fellow that's got a couple of Speedrome wins out here already in his career. Had some good runs. 39 of Richard Boyd Jr. has been here with us before. Does not have a hoppy, but I think it looks like a lawnmower. And then we've also got, let's see, another one without a transponder maybe. Yep, we'll get that range. That's number 26 machine. See, that's going to be the Everett ride. Has been. Again, there will be a race here just for the Speedromers. Through the crossover goes Garner. There you go. Try and get you some IDs on everybody. Make sure we've got the working transponders. Don't forget this is all available to you at both the My Race Pass and the Race Monitor applications. Your choice. Oh, darn it all, don't have a fantasy group. We're going to keep it live here worldwide on our YouTube. Don't forget you folks going. 99 Puckett, no sign. Make a car with color. People remember. Okay, that's true. So we've got a couple people, some liking the salmon color in Chad's car. There you go. Nisuke liked that one. No sign of the 99 of Puckett so far today. Once again, we mentioned earlier, he does have a set of tires ready for him. Purchased that ahead of time. But as the crossover gets a little interesting, nobody wants to screw the pooch on their practice run. Careful out there. A few more. I'm not sure if we're adding one or... Matt Whitty's number 22 machine being added to this practice group. And looks like after that, go right into Mini Outlaw figure 8 cars. Mini Outlaw figure 8 cars. It's still Robertson, our fast cat in the division. From that first practice. Oh, Alex Booby just got the fast one, 20.424. Paul Hartledge, second quick, 20669. Robertson now drops to third in that earlier run there with 20674. Hardcastle, best of the Speedromers, 20834. Michael Phipps, fifth quick, holding the bearing the colors here for the Speedrome / Anderson crowd. So Sportstrome boys once again sitting atop the speed charts here on the 8. Now again, there will be a special run just for a couple of Speedromers here who qualified for an August 16th run that got rained out. And Booby 20424, so nothing really changed speed chart wise. And it's Josh Garr in the 26. It's not the Josh Garr's 26 machine unless he borrowed that one. But we'll go with it. Mechanical problems. Whoa! Goes the 11 machine of Hardcastle. And looking around, I don't know, something that my figure, I know our Outlaw guys do not want to see is anybody dropping any fluids out there. So I'm not sure a couple guys are just showboating or indeed they had some track issues. 2:04.24, the best lap we saw out of this one. Bring out the mini late models up next. Mini late models up next. If you've not seen these cars yet, these mini late models, purpose-built race cars from the ground up. Use the same powertrains used in the Legend cars and the Thunder Roadsters, several other classes of cars these days, a Yamaha motor and similar products there for the rest of the drivetrain. They are purpose-built, as mentioned before. They run the oval and the 8. Last night had a fantastic 40-lap, very exciting 40-lap oval race. And we've got a championship chase come down to the wire here with this race here tonight between the 81 machine of Nathan Arthur and the 49 of Steve Vickers. So this is getting very interesting here. And there's 5 points right now separating the two. So just about a case of whoever finishes in front of the other takes the championship in this division between those two cats. Victor Reibold has a distant possibility of sitting in third, provided both these guys are suddenly captured by aliens and carted away. There's the 81 machine of Nathan Arthur. In the 222 is going to be, that's the purple number 22 machine. That is going to be the little jalapeno, Jackson Navarro. There's the 49 in blue and orange of Stephen Vickers. The 6'2 of Cody Mason. Number 87 black is going to be Cody Smith. Concerned about him. Looks like he's got it running again from last night. 72 of Victor Reibold in white, and the very, very fluorescent number 88. Yes, that's an 88 on the side. That is Rodney Smith. Nathan Arthur spinning this year in 2025, running 3 different divisions and doing quite well in all 3. Legend cars, factory front-wheel drives, and these mini Outlaws. Jackson Navarro, after picking up championships in the junior fast car, moved on up to these cars, still high schooler and doing pretty well out there, but chance to shine tonight. There's actually his dad's car, but his main ride, engine problems last night on the oval, and so he's climbing into this one here as a backup for the 8. Steve Vickers in that 49, former champion or former regular here at the Speedrome in a variety of classes, most notably the Bomber Figure 8 division as well as the Stock division. Has a couple starts as well in the 3-hour Figure 8 endurance race. 6'2 Cody Mason. Drives a wrecker in real life. Victor Reibold, former stock champion here at the Speedrome. Ditto for Rodney Smith, who also has a whole lot of legend car wins going back for a while. He's taken some few years off, came back to play and having fun. And then Cody Smith in the 87, his boy, following in Daddy's footsteps, or wheel tracks, however you want to look at it. They'll be running a 40-lap Figure 8 coming up. 40-lap Figure 8 coming up later tonight. They go straight into features. No heat races on this one. That qualifying session will set the tone, though, for the lineup. So far, Fast Cat has been Vickers in the 49, 18.677. 18.677. Nathan Arthur's best lap was an 18.718. These cars very, very closely matched. Nathan Arthur just an 18.517. Vickers just 18.557. That's how closely matched these cars are. Your two guys in championship contention, 18.517, 18.557 that last lap. What they do this time? 6.25 and a 5.71. They do share some of the characteristics that we're used to seeing with the Legend cars. Clutch can be a bit tricky. A very high power to weight ratio. What the beauty is, as we learned with running Legend cars on the road courses, and these cars on our Figure 8, capable of running both left and right.
It looks like there's 17 cars signed in, which ties the all-time record, which we've matched a couple of times this year. Yep. And so it should be exciting here tonight.
Launched this division just about 4 years ago. They built them just behind the backstretch there. That Complete Auto Care, the Tunney building there, the Polk Brothers building, the Third Turn Performance building. About what? Built overall, about 40, 50 of them so far. And I said 17 and 10s. They're all over scattered in a couple garages, kits still, some not put together, some just no longer race worthy. Had a couple seasons under their belt. But Been getting a very solid little crew here lately. They've learned these are very strong little cars, sturdy little machines. Out there on the track right now, Miles Coffer in the number 27. Another one had some severe mechanical issues there last night, but boy, looked like got it prepared and ready to go here today. Ray Hobson's number 28 machine. Number 69. And who got the 69 right? It is going to be Jack Dawsey, the third, back out. Second place last night on his debut in this division. Got him a second place on the roundy round last night. Johnny Burge in the number 5 out of the Anderson area. Some of you might recognize that name from a regular at the Anderson for the last 10 years or so, running the Stalkers and similar classes. Number 19, Ryan Krugler. The big 3, little 15, that's the 315 we call that, Levi Hargraves. And then coming out turn number 2 of the 8, Alex Phillips in the number 96 machine. Oh, the number 9, Jeffrey Thines came to play. And I missed one. I did.
I'm trying to figure that out, too.
38 machine did not get, 38 machine did not get a transponder.
Yeah, I don't see that on there either, Troy.
And that is, it's been with us before. I'm drawing a blank now. I do that a lot these days.
Yeah, I don't see it. It's not clicked off here.
38 of okay, that's Logan Thines, they're telling me.
Oh, that's a first-timer. I'm assuming, is that Jeff's son?
That would have to be, I'm a guess so.
Yeah, nice. First time out.
We've seen the car before. But,
I think actually Jeff has driven that car.
That might be what I'm looking at here.
And Jeff now is occupying the car formerly run by Kyle Norris.
Yep.
That's where we got flip-flopped on there. Jeff had been running the 38 machine the last few outings. So don't know if both those cars are now out of their stable or if they're just piloting the...
38 unable to keep rolling there. Stops over there inside the start-finish line over there. Turn 1 of the 8. Whoa.
Hobson now top the board.
I know. He was quick yesterday, if you remember, on the roundy round.
Yeah.
Ray Hobson, very, very impressive. He can just get everything to hold together. He's got himself a line there for a good little run. 18.412. Arthur's with an 18.517 that first session. Victor Rival, 18.530. Vickers and Levi Hargraves, fifth quick. 18.569 out on the track there right now. In fact, just put a move on there on the number 5 of Burge.
Looks like Logan got the 38 fired back up, so whatever it was nothing that needs attention from the track trucks or anything. Rolling.
Signs down there at the north end. Red it's out. Did they checker it?
Yeah, they checkered it.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, and going back to that Ford session, Tori, that I missed while I was inhaling a cheeseburger.
Yes, sir.
Bo Johnson.
Bo Johnson was out there, yep.
Just purchased an Outlaw.
Uh-oh.
And he will be making his Outlaw Figure 8 debut at the Speedrome Speedway race on September 27th. So moving up to the Outlaw ranks.
So there you go. Got a chance to see Bo out here, plus over on the dirt track, so
yeah,
no slouch.
Yep, so that's pretty cool to know. Another person joining the Outlaw ranks here coming up.
Another Johnson to worry about.
Yep, for the 2026 season.
Okay. Number 61 of Kevin Smith out on the track under stress and duress there. Not a big fan of the 8. He's being followed by a fellow that does love it these days. Rex Cox in the number 87. Kind of that zero hero. That is going to be Mr. Donnie Scurry. Kenny McDonough. Boy, you talk about a veteran in this division. Kenny McDonough's got it covered.
Yeah, multi-time figure 8 winner in this class.
22. Now, 22 is going to be Scott Keene, who's starting this just keep his points hopes alive. He's sitting, about third in points right now in the division.
Yeah.
So it wants to keep those points going there. Doesn't want to take a big dump here by pulling out of the 8. And we got Superfan on the Mr. Brian Harper out there in the number 25.
Looks like the return of Joe Gonder Jr.
Oh, my goodness. Have not seen him for... Oh, and already Scotty King there takes a spin in turn 2, which is... And we talk about that sometimes on the oval racing. Turn 2 has not been Scott King's friend here in 2025.
No.
He took some reason something about that. I don't know. Does he stop to admire the Union 76 sign? He knows, this man, he knows that thing could bring you a couple $1,000s, no problem.
Yeah.
But, it just seems like he that has not been his turn to talk about.
Also out here in this group, driving the 21 machine is Jordan Gonder.
Jordan!
He's been picking up some good finishes in this Harold Bruce owned machine.
And Harold's talking. He's actually he's kind of glad, I think, to be out from under it.
Harper with a spin through the intersection.
Yep. Brian is big with the USAC crowd here. Glad to have them with us last night, by the way, for a special, or a Harf crowd, I should say. Glad to have them with us there last night.
Keene with another loop-de-loop, this time down in the north end.
And that was a left-hand turn there, and there's a right-hand turn here. Well, yeah, left and right. So you can't blame it on one turn or the other.
He's looking to hit all four turnbuckles here in this four corners match.
Mm-hmm. But again, he just wants to get a starting park there, keep his hopes alive.
Well, you know, sometimes when you plan on doing that, sometimes there's a little early calamity, and you can pick up some extra spots there by rejoining the race. So we'll see how that works out tonight for Mr. Keene, who has many starts on the figure eight, just not as excited about it as he used to be in his younger days.
Has to do double duties on these nights there. Babysitting Jackson Navarro. Good boy there. Jordan Gonder, a fast cat, 20848. In that number 21. Kevin Smith, 21123. McDonough, 21278. I guess it's something we're going to have to look into. The Fords are basically on the same lap times these guys are.
Yeah. Sounds like an old 2-1 figure eight.
I think so. We may have to consider that.
I don't think Jacob Robertson would be scared. Probably not Alex Booby. He'd be good for it.
I think the oval would still have the advantage to the stock division.
Yeah.
But this 8, definitely an equalizer here between the Fords and the stocks.
Hey, maybe that's the concept that the 3 hour started with. Bring some cars together that, run the figure 8 but are similarly typed and run an endurance race. I think that's how this whole thing started.
I'm not the one you want to talk to.
And then with alternates and all kinds of stuff, I think that'd be great.
Careful. You're treading in dangerous territory there.
Yeah.
There are those who don't want to run with the junk. I don't want to see those cars out there.
Well, let's just throw that out there into the ether and just see what floats around.
Either or, we're going to hear about it.
Maybe that could be a great deal for Friday night of the 50th annual next year.
Ooh, a combined Ford and stock enduro event?
They all got the same roll caging stuff in them.
Yeah, they all run the 8s and the ovals.
Yep, they're both on DOT street tires.
Keep them on the DOTs.
There's about 5,000 Ford Crown Vics in the state of Indiana.
And only about 20 of these stalkers. We'd have to match. Well, we'd have to match rules with a bunch of different tracks to keep it in that same time period.
Yeah, where's your guy Garnet Eldridge? He would jump in on this for sure.
So it's kind of almost like the old concept they had at the old Salem Halloween races there.
Yeah, if your car was in the vicinity of a stock car, come on in.
Yep, had the duck rule. All right. 8 so far in that first one, another batch in the second round, and then we go back to the top of the batting order with Fords back up again.
All right, see who else is signed in here for the street stocks here today.
Okay, the return of the Fleek 98.
Yep,
he was in the 89 of Man, but Man has stepped out.
He's been bouncing back and forth. So let's see.
Is it going to be Fleek, though? And yes, it is. Fleek in the 98.
And there's old Henry Jr.
McDougal, 44 of Summers. Had a chance to chat him up.
Yeah, on his way to Rookie of the Year here in the street stocks. Look at that, 10-finger Billy.
I'll tell you, glad to see him back on board. Billy Pittman on the 177.
And our old friend Darrell Emanuel as his racing career winds down here. Just one more race left in his season after tonight.
We'll see if he keeps his word.
Yep, but currently that's the plan. You know, a lot of bands have retirement tour after retirement tour, so you know.
Well, we had a little interesting area back there as have Mike Nelson came over, pulled up, parked next to the Summers there. As I was there talking to Darrell and Kyle before practice started, and kind of look around and said, "Dang, we're old," because we're looking at Nelson 69, I think it was. And he's got a few years, and we got Emmanuel Darrell there had a few years on everybody. So it's like, okay,
yeah.
And still going at. Nope, missed Justin Green in the 52.
Yeah, he just come out a little late.
Sneaky.
Yep, in the wagon. So we'll get these folks wound up here in the second half of the practice session for the Shelbyville Auto Parts Street Stocks.
And Daryl Manuel at 77 now, about 10 years worth he's actually been racing. Some people, look and think, oh, he's been here forever. No, he actually came in late to the sport.
Yeah, it was real. The younger generation actually got him into the sport, because there's 3 generations of that family that are out here racing pretty much weekend after weekend.
Daryl here in the Stalkers with Kyle as well. And, of course, Jalen in the factory front-wheel drives here this season. And then racing Mason there in the junior fast karts this year. Yep.
And we've seen Kevin some years race in the Street Stalkers.
I think they put one of the women in there and one of the grocery getters.
Yeah.
So
it's a definite racing family for sure.
Yep. Forward to the on-track gate, please. 4 division on-track gate. This will be your qualifying session. 4 divisions to the on-track gate, 4 divisions to the on-track gate. Again, the folks who locked in from the Speedrome event are still locked in. This will be for, although to get qualifying in for that second Ford figure 8 here for tonight. As the Fords get 2 figure 8 races to run, but one is a rain-out event with the field already locked in place from August 16th. Jordan Gunner, 20685, the 21. Kenny McDonough, 21072. James Fleek, respectable, 21098. Kevin Smith, although hates the figure 8, 4th quick, 21123. And Scotty Keene,
recovering from those spins.
I tell you, 21301. He may not like figure 8, but he didn't do too bad out there.
Yeah, and I tell you what, maybe those spins got some extra heat in the tires, and then he cranked off a couple of decent laps after that.
Yep. Pittman pulling off early and a shake and a shudder and a problem there. That left front down on that car?
Yeah, well, he's sort of sitting.
One of our drains is right there.
Yeah, so that may make it look like it's sitting awkward, but it does look a little funky.
Yeah.
Checkered flag out.
Yep. We're going to have to send the wrecker out there to pick up Pittman's 177.
Well, we'll see if he pulls away. Maybe, he's pulling away. He probably just pulled in waiting for the session to end.
I think that left front is flat on that one.
Yeah, it's now that he's on level ground, it definitely is listing to the side there.
Tough right there. That's one of the issues. They are still run on, basically street tires.
Yep.
Really put too much pressure on them.
Billy's probably had those tires on that car for
that's a good point, yeah.
A minute or two.
Yep. They were in the trunk of something in the lot.
He said, hey, those look pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll sponsor my race car with these.
There you go. Those rims will buff out nice.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Last practice session for the Ford division, led by the 2017 of Deaches.
I tell you what, that first round of practice looked pretty wild and woolly, didn't it?
Yep. Zachary Deach is the world's most dangerous ginger out on the track, number 27. Number 21, the Hammer, Harold Bruce, follows. The 5 machine of Billy Riddle. As obviously Tristan takes the back seat now. The 11 of Frank Hardcastle. The 2 of Michael Phipps. The 17 of Andrew Brown. And the 31, Justin Gully, coming out on the track.
A lot of speed drummers here in this first group.
I was going to say, did we segregate them now?
They separated them by area code.
Next up to boy, girl, if they're not careful.
Get them cranked up here. And, of course, with these hot lap qualifying sessions, we'll do just like we did last night. After the hot lap qualifyings are done, everybody goes in there and we'll have the fastest person draw an invert and see how that shakes out for the lineups for the features. And as you mentioned, that first Ford figure 8 lineup is already set up from August 16th, and those folks that were scheduled for that race are the only ones eligible. And if there's somebody on that lineup that decided not to return tonight, we'll just credit them with the last place finish in the race.
There you go.
Or get 50 show-up points is what they will, because they did show up for the race on August 16th.
It just would not stop raining that night. Poured down hard there. Got ugly for a bit.
Yep, and of course that night we also lost the Crazy Car Memorial Race for the second time, and we're going to try that again on September 20th. So might want to bring your umbrella September 20th if that's the case.
Yep, plenty of races still to come here at the Speedrome in 2025. Check that schedule, speedrome.com. Check us out on Facebook as well for updates that should weather come into factor. I will let you know that everything I've got, every bot I've seen, every weather thing I've seen, weather not a problem this weekend, other than it's going to get nippy. See, those nice clear skies mean that all that heat that the ground warms up there under the sun, it just goes straight up into space and disappears, and it gets cold, cold, cold. Crossover gets interesting, though, but never cold. It's always hot there. But make sure you are ready for that weather by a quick trip over to our good friend over at the Indy Screen Print Trailer. Got those 3-hour hoodies ready to roll for you. But make sure you dress up warm for tomorrow as well. Bring that extra jacket. I will suggest, I always tell people, go ahead and bring the umbrella. Bring one of those folding ones so that you can set up the sunshade. You're going to want to shade yourself a bit there during the sun, because you're going to want to get here early enough to get your seat if you're in the general, and to get a good parking there if you're out in the lot. But it's going to be another busy, busy day. The race itself gets underway at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock for the start of engines and roll. But it's an all-day sucker there for everything else. Practice, final qualifying, and just the final prep work. And usually gets quiet then. I always recommend people make sure you bring your battery backups for your smart devices, because you may need that.
Yep, it's always a longer day, but a fun day, so you definitely need the juice there as the evening goes along.
Yep, I will tell you, I've got 5 of them on, 6 over there to the side, because usually one of our cameramen's going to need something, so we always carry some extras of those. And Hardcastle, our fast cat in this one, 20707 for Hardcastle in number 11. That takes him down in the territory he needs to be to run with those Speedrome guys. And I guess we could have a real quick chat here before we get rolling here about why the Speedrome guys got us covered so well.
Yeah, and they started racing these Crown Vics a couple of 3 seasons before we did, so a little bit of a jump on the technology. And while our Fords don't run every single week, they run a decent amount during the year. They run almost every single weekend down at the Speedrome. It's their premier class down there, as they get 60 or 70 of these Ford cars a night. They have to run 3 or 4 features on the oval and then one great big figure 8 during the night. So just got a lot more track time on us so far, but a lot of our guys are getting better. Something else that happens down there is a lot of the guys that have a lot of racing experience stay with the Fords down there, or return to the Fords, where some of our folks use this as a transition into other classes throughout the day.
Ooh. Looks like they are posting qualifying order.
Yep, they drew. And let me tell you, our new guy, first time out.
He'll be on the pole there for a bit. Yeah.
Daniel Norman, followed by his cousin, Matt Smith. How about that for a draw?
So we will actually get to say that Daniel Norman holds the pole position for the 2025 World Championships referee.
And one of our last guys to go in this first round, Jeffrey Shackelford.
Oh, my goodness.
So
and that's for now. We're going for it. Got a couple guys who didn't see the first go round. We 54 machine of Mr. Burkhead, ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Burkhead out there, who is of course a rancher, a Crown Vic rancher out there. Got quite a few over there in the farm down in Johnson County. Hayden Gardner's number 62. Paul Hartledge returns.
He's won some races here
well,
at the Speedrome.
Hartledge's been tough in the 31W out there. And is that Nate Wanted Winters? I don't know. That's sure. We need Butch Winters. Where the heck is Butch Winters out there?
I don't know. He might have finally retired.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting on his dad. He ran in the first 3 hour, the 10th anniversary, the 20th anniversary, the 30th anniversary, and the 40th anniversary.
Oh, my goodness.
Will he be here next year? Another interesting name out there, Tori, that I'm catching is Richard Boyd Jr.
Yeah.
His dad, Butterball Boyd, raced in the 3 hour figure 8 quite a years ago, and he was a driver that was big around the transition from the fairground speedway.
Like Butterball, he was big around, period.
Yeah, well,
like Butterball.
But he was big during the transition from the fairground speedway to the Louisville Motor Speedway and the Speedrome around those times. But he came up and ran the 3 hour once. So it's neat to see that name making its first appearance here at the Speedrome, the Sun.
So there you go.
Also out here in this group, Josh Garr in the 26, the 24 machine of Adam Arrington, who's had a solid season all year round, won on the oval and the figure 8.
B.O. out there again, Bo Johnson.
Yep, we talked about him getting an Outlaw figure 8 car, making his debut in the Outlaws down at the Speedrome on September 27th.
And Raceman 1243 asking about, this is the World Figure 8 Championship, right? This is actually day 1 before, or day 2 here of the 3-day weekend. Tonight, in a little bit, we're doing the qualifying to set the first 20 starting spots. But
and then tomorrow night, the 3-hour figure eight endurance race, World Figure Eight Championship.
Yep.
But that's what's cool about tonight. We have 3 additional classes, all of them racing on the figure eight here this evening, along with that 2 rounds of qualifying, plus the adult figure eight bike race, which will be tonight.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Just make sure you see Donnie, I should say, get all checked in. They'll be having here in just a little bit. And have we decided, is that need a lawnmower on top of... let's see it come back around again. Let's see what we got here.
It could be what we want it to be, Tori. But I like the
It is. It's a lawnmower. It's a lawnmower, I'm telling you.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
And that's been on 39 of Richard Boyd Jr., so the Butterball Lawnmower Company, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to get Will Greenwell there to fill us in on that one.
Look at the top of the board, our 2 rivals there.
Yep, Alex Booby back on top, 20098. Alex Jacob Robertson, 20183. And Frank Hardcastle still that 20707. Paul Hartledge, 20722. And Zach Deaches, 20745 for your top 5 in the Ford's final practice session. Those times will be used to help set the lineup for the Ford feature, the second Ford feature coming up here in a little bit.
Yeah, that first one, again, is already set in stone from August 16th. So some of these cars you will not see in that first main event.
Which I just realized, you got that, I'm sure.
If you go back to My Race Pass, go to August 16th and click on lineups at the bottom.
We didn't transfer it over. I got to go all the way back. I go back in time.
He'll probably print it for us when it gets when we finish practice here.
I got swirly disc. Dagnabbit, me and the swirly disc is getting on too well.
Well, I switch over to turn off my Wi-Fi usually when I'm here because we're all hogging the Wi-Fi up here, and there's certain things that are a little more important than us looking on our phone. Well, you don't have to. I did.
No.
But then I turn it back on.
Peer pressure. I
turn it back on after a few minutes, and then it works just fine. So
there.
But I don't want to be the one that knocks us off pay-per-view or scoring or something. So
All right.
That's just my guilty conscience.
Couple quick laps there. 31H of Dustin Hampton getting out. This is the first time out on the track. Dustin's been with us before, as I recall.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if he got a win. Cause, it's almost depressing here to talk about, he won here. He won. Well, I talk about these sports. And also, this means that there's at least 4 31 cars, right? We got Hampton's 31H. We got Gully's 31 plane. We got 31W of Hartledge.
Yeah.
And we had the other 31 of...
Yeah, can we get...
I thought I had another 31.
Can we get Johnny Hargraves Jr. out there in the 31? Can we get Bobby Whitaker on the third? How about Larry McIntyre? Can we get Larry McIntyre out there in the 31?
Oh, no, that'd take a shovel.
Okay. Not available?
Yeah.
Trying to think who else I can round up in the 31. We could have Mike Gully in the 31.
Yeah. Look out!
He hit it, but he didn't hit it hard.
No, he did, but boy, it just didn't want to turn for him. I don't know.
No, and it sort of bounced there, and when it bounced, he lost a little traction there and locked him up, and once he locked him up, it was sliding from the get-go. I think he's all right. It's a Ford. It'll take it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'll turn now.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, it's turning, and it's turning.
Going to get a visit from Gerald.
Oh, look at that right front.
Yep, and that probably led to, because the right front didn't hit the wall, but that's what led him to go into the wall, is the steering wheel.
Oh, no, left front. There you go. It's off. Well, that might have been part of the contact, though.
Maybe he needs to hit it with the right front, straighten it out.
Home on deranged. I'll tell you, it's a tough break there for Hampton, but somebody's got a spare tire, and somebody's got an extra rod in to get that fixed and rolling again.
Yep, and he didn't get up to too much speed there. He was the slowest, only had really one hot lap, basically.
Yep. Tough break there. He's literally coming off the trailer straight onto the track, so give him credit on that one.
Yeah, well, he's going to get 40 laps to figure it out here later this evening.
Let's see, did we get a break? Get a view coming in. Comes out of turn number 2, heads to turn number 1. And that was a good one. That was the first lap.
It sort of bounced before it slid into the wall.
Yep. I'm doing my little cheater view here, watching the actual broadcast, which is on a slight delay while we're doing live. And this should be the lap then on this timer. Let's go around. And, yep, he actually had a little twisty turn before that, and yet it just flat out went straight into the wall. No stopping that one. So something did break on the front end.
Well, maybe kind of lucky that he really hadn't got up to full speed yet, so he didn't hit the wall as hard as he could have.
All right, last chance for the mini late models, last chance for mini late models. This will set the times there for the final
And here
feature.
come your 2 title contenders out
One
of the gate
behind
first.
the other, and they're not good friends right now either. Boy, it did not go well last night.
They're actually good friends, but in the heat of the season, they're not right now. A couple of days from now, everything will be fine.
Yeah,
but until this championship is settled, points fever will do that.
Well, there was one asking the other to do something that was just physically impossible at the time. So,
and what's funny is this group, underneath the sanctioning body of Third Turn Performance over there, they had a picnic a week ago.
Oh, okay.
Where they invited the drivers out and the families and things.
And they didn't invite you and me?
Well, but, I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I mean, but I did hear that the police were never called, so we're all good.
Oh, well, that's not a Speedrome event then. I tell you what. It's like a 3-hour without me in the hospital. It's just not the same. I don't have at least one medical emergency on 3-hour weekend. We're just not doing it right.
It's still early. We're not halfway through yet.
You got time.
Yep.
Hobson coming out in the number 28 to join the party. And it looks like everybody else was pretty much satisfied with their first run. And that's not uncommon with these guys. They'll sometimes, only bother with the one. The being able to do the setup on these, some have commented, they actually really like the cars because like getting the front end, easy to set the front end. You don't have to do a whole lot to fix it after that. Being lightweight. I saw one of the guys had himself one of those open flatbed trailers. I think it was Hobson. No, it was going to be Thines. And 2 cars sit on the one trailer, so they're economical to run around with.
The only problem with not coming back out is this is their qualifying session.
Oh, good point.
But we'll see. Maybe just have a few late to the gate over there. Sometimes we can't see them if they're on the tech chute there
because they're coming. They're coming from the tech line. Some of them they come Hargreaves
where the Fords didn't have to come across there because they don't have a weight rule.
At this point, I don't think all of these guys did either. I'm not sure what the rules were at this point.
Yeah, make it up as we go along.
Mm-hmm. You got to be creative.
Yeah, it's World Figure 8 weekend. Mm-hmm. Look, we each got our own copy of the qualifying order. How about that? That's very special.
Well, I am. Oh, for a second, I thought we were going to lose the car. The 6.9 of Dawsey.
Yeah, JD3 and one of his. He's ran a few figure 8s in his life, but it's been a minute. So, getting his feet underneath him. He's a little heavy on the gas there coming off the corner, getting sideways.
Yeah, now, he's got pretty extensive experience there with these cars. But
you want to know what's really funny that just popped into my head? Was when he was a junior fast car driver at the age of 7. Every single race he won, his victory lap, he took on the figure 8. Because that's all he thought about when he was 7, 8 years old was running the figure 8. But then when it came time for him to take the reins of the family figure 8 car, he kind of moved towards CRA racing. Yep. He won a couple of championships in the JEG series. And then he moved on to dirt, which he's won a couple of championships.
He's leading the modified championship chase over the Circuit City Raceway.
Yeah, so his path's moved around. But now from age 7, taking those victory laps in the junior fast kart to now he's got a full-fledged figure 8 car underneath his feet here. And it's a good one. It's been to victory lane so far this season with RJ3 behind the wheel.
Well, RJ Norton Jr. as well.
He was on his way to it, and
that's right.
Yeah, things got a little derailed in turn number 3.
Oh. And did they get checkers?
Yeah, checkers came out then.
Okay, just not.
Well, maybe they didn't.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's one of those.
Well, those guys might have thought that lap was good enough because those folks that have pulled off on the backstretch are 1, 2 on the list. And 4. 1, 2, and 4. So they think they're pretty good.
4, 18.393 for Vickers. Arthur having a good. Huh?
Well, and remember last night, Tori, we had 16 cars and they drew a 15 invert. So you really the qualifying, is qualifying, and then we'll see what happens when the old hand sticks in the bucket.
Watch the fella head down the backstretch. He's got the right idea there. He's got him his chair slung over his back, got the extra padding, the extra blanket, and everything's going to need there.
Yeah, he's got his
I'll tell you.
World Figure 8 survival kit
now,
there.
He's wearing his red union suit. That's going to be an issue, but hey, if you're comfy, you're comfy.
Yeah, I'm looking on this qualifying draw to see if there's anybody that didn't practice that got a chance to draw here. We've got Bobby Whitaker tacked onto the end here. He didn't practice. We also have Curtis Yeomans at the end of the line here, maybe giving him an opportunity to finish a repair or whatever, which they know more about that than we do.
6'2" Cody Mason coming on back out on the racetrack. First time we've seen Mike Coop all day long, the number 36. Coop's got a bunch of wins in the stock division as well as the legend car division over the years. 19 of Ryan Krugler, 96 of Alex Phillips in the very, very colorful white and blue and orange machine. The 27 of Mild Coffee, that's Miles Coffer in the number 27. Immediately spins it just because he's showing off. 5 is going to be a man Burge, Johnny Burge in the number 5 man in white. Number 9 is still Jeff Thines. And did we lose the 38 machine? Looks like
he ran that half lap and then sort of pulled into the infield pie there, but it didn't look like there was any damage, and he drove away.
Wait a minute. We got another couple of strays coming from the scales.
That could be him because it's an all-white car.
Yep, I think so. And that would make 16.
And I don't remember seeing Logan in any of our other divisions throughout his career, as Jeff had previously raced in a couple of classes out here.
Yeah, Jeff run things like way back when, the early days of the go-karts and factory front-wheel drives.
Yep.
But
spent the majority of his career in the turning wrenches and things back there in the pit area.
That's where concentrated, especially, once the kids started coming around, seemed like that he decided to concentrate less on drive, but chance to climb back behind the wheel. Opportunity to present itself with these cars, and I think he's decided this could be him.
Well, he just shot across the intersection right in front of the old man right there. Well, I'm assuming that's his dad, the relation.
Hey, y'all, watch this. Well, it's the classic, Dad, look at me, look at me, Dad, look here.
Yeah. Let's not forget that Ben Tunney's first intersection accident was with his father when he was a rookie. So
I bet you Ben would like to forget that.
Yeah, he would, so I'll stop talking about it.
Oh, okay.
But then again, that was almost 25 years ago. It's been a minute, so he's done a few things to improve on his reputation since then.
But for this point right now, you got to figure Jeff Thines feeling pretty good to have his boy on the track same time.
Yeah.
And kind of keeps that. Oh, but then quickly they're into the wall as Logan goes up there between 1 and 2, just sort of drifted right up there.
Yeah.
That's not going to buff out either.
Nope, it looks like a dad's going over to check on him there too, seeing if he's okay. Track crew, and Jeff used to be a track crew member as well here at the track, so he knows.
He's done a little bit of everything out here.
And he knows not to get involved. Let the safety team get over there and check on him before, getting in the way, and they will notify him if things are okay or if he's needed.
He's just sidles over, make sure the kid's okay, and no medical crew coming out at this point. Nobody rushing to do anything, so that's always a positive.
Yeah, and he's unstrapped, and he's headed over there to check on him.
Yep. Already putting the hook on it. Yep.
He turned around quickly. That's a good sign. Him got the word he's okay. So good to see that. Didn't see how hard he hit or anything. Whether it was a gradual just run into the wall or it sort of hooked and went. But
real quick look, see if we end up getting.
I've seen you put the long sleeves on. I think I'm going to do the same.
Yep. And trying to get an idea if we can see what happened to Fines there coming out turn number. Nope, still in the clear. Again, I'm actually watching the feed. And there just sort of slipped right on up on the racetrack a little bit. We could catch on the aftermarket, so to speak. Just slipped right on up away from him. Nobody else around him at the time. Don't see any fluid. And it looks like they... Let me get a quick verification on something here. Word from Race Control. They are going to direct all the stock class guys in line to go back across the scales. And they are going to be asked to bring a crew member out to push them off the scales. So again, all the stockers there going across the scales will weigh in before this final practice session, which will be also their qualifying session. And they're asked to bring crewmen to push them off the scales so they're not under power going off the scales. Again, as mentioned before, we're having problems with guys under power leaving the scales, actually goosing it a little bit there, and it ended up actually damaging our scales. We had to completely re-weld the entire base of the scales, etc. And to prevent that in the future there, we are asking that all crews there are going to be pushing their cars across the scales to bring them off the scales. You can drive to it, but they're going to actually not be under power when going onto the scales. It's something that actually is done in several divisions to prevent the cars themselves from actually interfering with the scales operation. But they are requiring that there of the cars that were in line. So this being a qualifying session coming up, they are required to go across the scales and bring crewmen to push them off the scales again so they're not under power when they leave the scales. Just a thought, if you've got a couple of youngsters you can park there by the scales, maybe have them be your official pushers for the next guy and save everybody trouble and give the kids something to do. Back in my day, we had to spend many a lap there pushing our cars there, sometimes fire them up. Used to be one of the ways you find a little extra power out of them, Jim Wampler will tell you, was to try to mess with the timing. Made it difficult to start sometimes. But I meant poor Torrey and other people there were pushing their little race cars all over the pit area, trying to get them to fire up. Miles Coffer, fast cat again. He had some good times here yesterday, but 18.299, 18.299 for Coffer that last time across the lights. Having a nice little run for Coffer as he is looking very, very sweet there on the clock. Second quick is Nathan Arthur from the earlier session at 18.324. Steve Vickers, another championship contender, 18.393. So things going well for Miles Coffer again on the clocks. I tell you what, he just had it's just like things are going Miles Coffer way except for the checkers at the end of a race.
Yeah, that's coming, though. He's shown the racecraft to win, for sure. I want to let everyone know on the free YouTube feed.
Free YouTube, yes.
Yep, as soon as the street stock practice hot lap qualifying is over with, we'll be ending the free YouTube feed.
Oh, I'll miss you guys.
And the rest of the evening will be exclusively on Speedrome.tv. Yep. So if you're interested in watching tonight's events as well as the World Figure 8 Championship tomorrow night, make sure you subscribe to Speedrome.tv's special World Figure 8 edition to get all that coverage. Yep. And we'll be losing the free YouTube feed after the end of this street stock practice.
Now, do we have yet a schedule there? What's going on for tomorrow's? Because we're going to be all-day sucker there for the practice session.
Well, yeah, we'll get practice in.
Yep.
And I don't know about qualifying, but we'll let you know
World Figure 8 practice kicking off at 2 o'clock when the gates open, and only an hour on that before the first qualifications.
I would be betting that we'll probably be on for that, but we'll double-check that. Yep. And then, of course, tomorrow's big preview show that we'll have, I think that's on YouTube as well. But we'll double-check on that. But
Cody Mason getting the push off back in the pits.
We will have tons of guests down on the front stretch and be talking to all the drivers and things all throughout the afternoon before the World Figure 8 Championship. So that'll be pretty cool. Something started last year with yourself, Tori, and Will Greenwell and producer Kurt.
A lot of fun.
So I shoehorned my way into that this year. So
there you go. We got big shoes.
So this street stock, probably 2 groups, and then we'll end the YouTube free preview.
And group qualifying for these cats here coming up now. This will be the final qualifying session. So they were required to go across the scales.
Yep.
And because of some damage to the scales by cars goosing it and whatever, just driving under power and basically it jangled up the scales a bit. So they are asking everybody not be powered when they leave the scales. So bring somebody to push you off the scales. And that's what's going on right now, getting everybody across the scales, get our trucks parked. And get this one rolling. Again, Miles Coffer, fast cat in the mini late models.
Well, let's remember last night he was fast qualifier too in hot lap qualifying, and he drew the dreaded 15.
15, yep.
So for his sake, I hope he draws something on the other end of the spectrum.
Yep.
He's due some luck on that.
Gonna have the 87 of Rex Cox, the 22 of Scott Keene, 54 of Mr. Joe Gonder, that's the 44 of Kyle Summers, 23 of Kenny McDonough, the 25 Brian Hartford, and the 77 Darrell Emanuel. And the 177, good to see there, of old man Billy Pittman, the 177. The boy's not quite old enough. The kid's not quite old enough to drive the figure 8 car yet, but doing quite well in the junior fast cars. in that first session. Of course, we saw that McDonough, very good runs out there, about second quick there on the charts. Rex Cox, of course, one of the last time we ran one of these stock figure eights. Oh, look, stock figure eight car racing. Imagine that. Whose idea was that? Huh.
Yeah, they'll put on a good show here tonight for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after we run the stock figure eight and the Ford figure eight, we have some sort of match race after that. But already scheduled for tonight to be after the Ford main event figure eight is the post-race concert tonight from the regulators. So everyone's welcome to stay for that, and that'll be right out on the track. And a lot of the folks in the pits, a lot of the folks in the stands, a lot of folks from the campground will all be involved in hanging out with that post-race concert.
Yep. So everybody be on your best behaviors throughout the race tonight.
I'll try.
Okay. That includes the we don't need to have one of those pits or close nights. we do have Raymond Johnson in the pits tonight.
Yeah, that's right. We may have to detain him, or at least put a supervisor on him.
Have to get old Jake and a fire hose out here just in case. I don't think Kenny McDonough did a 16.240 lap, but if so, he's now eligible to sit on the pole for the 3 hour. That's true. Do we have a stock class figure eight track record?
That McDonough lap is phony.
Sure, you can't get that race there to keep things accurate, because obviously this is the qualifying attempts in a 21.849 last time by for McDonough.
Yep, there we go.
There we go. 21.141 for Cox, 21.107 for McDonough. Still respectable. Right.
Put him on the pole of the 3 hour.
Well, right now he's fast time in the Stockers though, 21.107.
Yeah, and he's no stranger to good runs on the figure eight. We just knew he didn't turn that quick of a lap, or else Mark Tunney would be over here looking for some setup advice.
He would, swapping
maybe
cars.
those tires.
Oh, there you go. No, we had to inspect, see what they've been soaking those in.
Oh, next subject.
Cox takes a quick time, 2:07.07. But McDonough right with him, 2:08.91. And the stocks, these are basically the same cars, and I have to laugh because for me, being at that first 3 hour long ago when we had 22 and 23 second laps being qualified, these cars are what they were. Half the field of the first 20 years of the 3 hour were these cars.
Yeah, let me. We know Hargesheimer was on the pole. That was a little bit of a late model.
1999 or whatever it was.
That was a late model-ish type car. I mean, it was one of the best cars in the field for sure.
And it was running the big old tires, running a late model operation. But
let me officially get that lap time here out of the old book. Yeah, it was a 19.908. Good memory. It's pretty close.
Well, because we were just so made. Oh wow, we got to figure
19 seconds. Holy moly!
Yes, that was when we started losing our stuff. We hit the 18 and the 17, and now we've hit 16, even 15.
Yeah,
range. So needless to say,
I want to say off the top of my head, Sonny Thompson qualified second, but let me see if I can figure that out. See what that second fastest was. As we're watching the qualifying, hot lap qualifying going on for the street stock.
Cox still on top, 2:03.81 that last time by, last time he did a nice little lap and parked it.
I was right. Sonny was on the front row with him. Yep. Sonny's qualifying time, 20.426. So a full half second between first and second fastest. And look at these times right now that Rex Cox is turning.
2:03.81, 2:08.56. Yes.
That'll put him on the front row of the first 3 hour.
Yep.
And holy moly.
This was actually running with, some big Dunbar tires on basically what was a very heavy stock class type car.
He had a stock car on the front row, but he just bolted on some big tires that they found from wherever.
Well, he was running, that was, I think, if I recall, that was his IRP car.
Yeah.
In fact, several of the guys were running what they were running at IRP at Raceway Park after they had a driver's strike there and halfway through the 1776 season. And a lot of the late model guys left, and basically when my father took over, he told him to stay gone for a while, and ran with what we had there and built our own base.
So you're saying when we were talking about these times and comparing them with the street stocks, this idea of the Fords and the street stocks in some sort of endurance race maybe is a good idea.
You're making me moist.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm telling you, right? Yeah, it is a very good idea and something we ought to see if management's willing to discuss.
Yeah, I think I'm in on that with the alternates and the whole 9 yards.
Bring back, yep. And I think actually if you even just do it just under the, it had to be, contact with Smith in the 61 into the Fleet 98. I'm not sure that's just a misjudgment on everybody's part over there, just being a bit too lackadaisical. It's like no harm, no foul. But yeah, that basically you can figure the stockers are out there running at the same times as the Fords were. If we put them all on the street stock, I think the street tires, and run this as the Ford division, Speedrome stockers.
You can even have 2 winners in there if you want to throw it in that way. If not, that's fine.
I'd even say, keep the stock frame,
because
rails all the way back.
Yeah, because the endurance part is the important part, not the speed.
Yep.
Attention, Outlaw Figure 8 drivers. Your scuff session is next. Outlaw Figure 8 drivers, you need to head to the gate for your scuff session if you want it. It's not mandatory. But Outlaw Figure 8 drivers, if you want to scuff your new tires, now's the time. Outlaw Figure 8 drivers, your scuff session is next. Use it or lose it. As speaking of losing it, as we're nearing the checkered flag here in the Street Stock Hot Lap qualifying, we'll be leaving our YouTube free feed.
Oh, we're still feeding them?
Yeah.
We were, weren't we? I lost track of it. We're still feeding them.
We're feeding them. We were feeding them information.
Still getting
we had to get that information out about our idea about the Street Stock Ford Enduro.
There you go. So, folks, you know where to find us, the Speedrome Facebook page.
We need to keep that idea before it gets stolen somewhere.
Exactly. There you go. Whoa! 2017 into the wall. Another one just totally not getting on the binders.
Boy, Henry.
Yeah, it's bad there when the Nick Warner crowd is going, holy cow, what happened?
Looks like Henry backed away a bit, though.
Just about the same deal we saw happening before. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's got some. Yeah.
It's not going to buff out.
No, it's not.
He's going to hit the marker tire.
And this is also, it's all water. Hopefully he's done nothing but put water. Hopefully it's not the green stuff. If so, we're going to have definite chat with him. But, we're going to get the crew out here to get that cleaned up because we've got that scuff session coming up. Now, the guys really aren't supposed to be goosing it hard for that scuff session. But, that might be an end to this. Let's see. How many laps do we get in?
No, I think we had gotten the checkered flag.
Okay, let's see.
I think. Meanwhile, there's still a couple cars left on the track, so we may have a couple laps left.
Let's see. Because
we're just trying to extend the YouTube feed.
In that 189, they only had about 4 or 5 laps in.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tough break there on that one.
Well, but Jordan Gonder, that group, set fast time, so he did that in a short amount of time, only 4 laps turned. So
he may want to let it stand.
He ain't messing around. So attention, Outlaw Figure 8 cars, if you would like to scuff tires, that session's coming up next. Outlaw Figure 8 tire scuff session. If you're interested in scuffing those tires, please start heading to the pit gate, please. World Figure 8 cars, if you want to scuff those tires, let's start heading to the pit gate, please. You have a short amount of time to do so.
And a long way to go, and a short time to scuff them.
You're on fire tonight with the songs.
I tell you.
You're a regular jukebox.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
I am.
I'm going to have what you're having.
Hey, that's true. What do you have? We have to break into the suite here, get a couple of cold ones here, get through the night. Folks, we're having a good old time. Glad to have you with us here, whether in person or worldwide live. Getting ready to wrap up the YouTube feed here in just a few minutes and go strictly worldwide live at speedrome.tv. And I tell you what, it got a little bit nippy there by his planning, so keep that in mind here. You come out tomorrow. It's going to be about this way, about mid-50s here by the end of the night, so be ready for that. A little false fall, as we used to call that back in the day. Not quite. It just sort of springs on. That's always been one of the issues about this time of year here in Indy. Traditionally, you've usually got some rain somewhere involved. We've had over the decades, of course, we've had a touch of snow. We've also had 80, 90 degrees for this 3-hour event. So you never know what's going to happen Indiana weather-wise. We just sort of soldier on because we're Hoosiers and we just don't give up. Don't forget to come out early, get your parking taken care of. Remember, if its sign says don't park here, if the sign says violators will be towed, don't park there. or you will be towed. We have several towing companies here in the city. I can fill you in letter by letter on the Indiana property impound rules, including a business's ability to protect their private property rights in that matter. So, some are written because of me. But anyways, it's something to keep that in mind.
And as you mentioned, many towing companies are willing and able to be on the spot, namely Indy's Best Towing.
A couple nearby,
So we're getting ready to call it quits here on the free YouTube feed as the Street Stalkers are about to finish up. And then World Figure 8 Cars will have a opportunity to scuff their tires here tonight. This scuff session will last approximately 25 minutes. So if you're interested in scuffing your tires for tonight's qualifications, World Figure 8 Cars, you'll need to start heading to the pit gate, please.
And bring out the sweeper here. The sweeper creepers there getting things taken care of.
Kurt was trying to tell me we're going to test the 3 mics out tonight for the bike race for tomorrow's pre-show. We're doing
We're going to all go down there.
That's what I thought. Okay, good. Yeah.
I don't know what we're all going to say or whatever, but
We can make fun of it.
Yeah,
Make
we'll
good
just
what we
use
got.
it. Yeah. So, because we're going to be sitting somewhere.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. We're going to be okay. Good.
Because we can stand on the front stretch oval during the bike race.
Yeah. I just wanted to know.
Cool.
If you're getting hungry, getting thirsty, got you covered. Got you covered underneath the main grandstand for one thing. All kinds of goodies there. Also down outside of turn 4. Adult beverages in one little shack and cold treats in another. We ask, whatever you partake of, please do so respectfully with your neighbors. Put your trash in the trash can. Keep in mind that if you're sitting down there in front of the Mike Heimel auction service signs, no smoking, no vaping, no electronic cigarettes, no alcoholic beverages either down there. And there also be no hunting of animals. We do not allow the wildlife to be hunted here at the Indianapolis Speedrome ground. So if that rabbit or cat shows up again, you're going to have to let it go. But
I like cats.
I know, me too. But
so we got the sweeper out there,
getting things cleaned up. And now we got the first time we've actually encountered in months, and that's been with the slightly chilly temperatures and a little bit of water. Such things become a little bit problematic now. All summer long here with these 90 and 80 degrees we've had all summer long, a little bit of water on the track, no problem.
Yeah, now you might have to get the ice skates out.
Yep. Not seeing the ugly green stuff that we've always tried to warn these guys about. Just use plain water. Works fine.
Thankfully, Henry did the right thing.
Looks like that.
For once.
You beat me to it. Folks, we're glad to have you with us here on the grounds of the Indianapolis Speedrome. We've been doing these things for about, I don't know, pretty much forever, since 1941, starting with the open wheel midget racing and now rolling into the 49th annual of this 3-hour race. So it's been working out pretty good for us. Glad to have you with us and joining us in person. We're going to go racing here tonight with some qualifying for the Outlaw cars. Lock in 20 cars tonight. Lock in 20 cars for tomorrow's 3-hour event. Set the final places, final 8 spots, as well as all the alternate lists. Yes, alternate lists. As cars drop out of that race, we add more in. And you never know who else is going to show up on that Saturday to take a chance of being joined into the field. And also, as we start laying the groundwork for next year's 50th anniversary. I mean, who'd have thunk when we first tried this thing back in 1977, we'd be looking at the 50th anniversary of this event. Because they told us we couldn't get it done because there's no way you could do a race like that. I'll do the reminder once again in the pit area. This will be an open pit, a whole lot of open pit activities. So please be alert at all times. That includes in the 3 other racing events tonight, there is a possibility of pit stops during red flag situations. So please be alert for that. Other than that, we've got plenty more racing to go here in 2025. You can check out that schedule at speedrome.com and then our Facebook page. And next Saturday night, we kick off sort of the silly season in full force with all kinds of crazy stuff happening next Saturday night here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. I recall we got the buses back again.
Well, we have a grocery getter, 30-minute enduro.
There you go.
Plus a couple of different touring series demolition derbies coming in.
That's true. My buddies at the Smash Car Crowd.
Yep. The Smash It folks have a couple of different classes of demolition derbies, as well as some other exciting stuff. Log on to speedrome.com. And those of you asking about the agenda for times and things, we will be getting that out Monday. So stay tuned for that. I know folks have been wondering what time the gates open and what time things start. The event should start about 7 o'clock, but we'll announce the gate times and things on that here coming up on Monday. It's been a little crazy around here this week that we just didn't get a chance to get to it. But the Smash It Demolition Derby folks, and they've got a great Facebook page with a lot of rules and advertisements.
I've worked with them in years. The guys with them in years past. And the positive side, a lot of folks have been not too happy with some of our demolition derbies, and I understand thoroughly. One, we've tried to run it as just to keep it local and small, and really a fun run for our guys, not necessarily meant for the folks who travel the demolition derby circuit, the professional circuit. Actually, there are several, and this is one of them that makes the runs the tracks and fairgrounds all over the country. But these guys will be bringing in different level of cars and a different level of competition, we'll call it.
Yeah.
So prepared for a lot of fun. You might spread the word that these are going to be a bit more than what we've been having with our fun runs here the last couple of years here at the Speedrome.
Yeah, be a fun night.
Yep.
And then the week after that, on September 20th, we'll cap off points competition for all the classes that have yet to settle their title hunt then.
Dun, dun, dun.
Plus, we will have the second visit of the season from the Kenyon Midgets as well on September 20th.
Been looking for that, trying to talk a couple of my buddies, and they come back out of retirement for that one. The Hamilton brothers out there.
Here's a checkered flag on hot lap qualifying for the Shelbyville Auto Parts Street Stocks, as well as we're heading to the checkered flag for our free YouTube feed.
Yep. As we're getting ready for final scuff session for the Outlaw cars. I see Corey Harmon out there moving around. He's got some new tires there he wants to scuff in. Jordan